Hello, welcome everyone to the 2021 EPA Region 9 and 10 Pollution Prevention Roundtable. I see folks are trickling in, but we're going to get started because we have a full lineup today. So the name and theme for this year is P2 West, Inspiration, Innovation, and Implementation. My name is Brittany Wendell. I'm the Associate Director of the Pollution Prevention Resource Center. I'm here in place of our Executive Director, Ed Gonzalez. Reminder to mute everyone. I'm here in place of our Executive Director, Ed Gonzalez, who wishes he could be here but had an urgent family issue to attend to. Thank you to ERG for providing logistical and technical support throughout this event. And thank you to the NPPR for sharing this environmental justice and P2 artwork for the event. We have a stellar virtual event for you all this year, thanks to nearly 30 steering committee members who have provided input and planning over the last 8 months. And here's our lineup. The orange column is today. So first up, we have our keynote speakers from EPA. Then we'll move into environmental justice, and we'll take a 30-minute break for lunch and come back to hear about the pandemic, sustainability, and healthy buildings. And then no conference is complete without networking, so stick around until 1:30, and we'll have an opportunity to meet with new and old colleagues. And then for the rest of the event, we'll have a similar format. So tomorrow and next Wednesday and Thursday with morning and afternoon sessions and a 30-minute lunch break. So we've got some really great speakers, and I hope you're able to stick around for all of them. And I'm sure we're all Zoom pros at this point, but just some gentle reminders. So you can use the chat function to submit questions to presenters if you'd like, and you should all be able to mute and unmute yourselves. So that being said, reminder that when you're unmuted, everyone can hear the background noise. So please stay muted when you're not speaking. The link that you use today is good for all remaining days and sessions, and presentations will be recorded and available soon. And after the event, you'll be redirected to a quick survey. Please just take a few moments to give us your thoughts and feedback. And with that, let's get on with the show. So today I have the great privilege of introducing our keynote speakers from EPA. First up, we will have Tim Hamlin, who is the Director of EPA Region 10's Land, Chemicals, and Redevelopment Division. In his 28-year career in Region 10, Tim has served in... Reminder to mute. Tim has served in a variety of management positions. He's a champion of efforts to build sustainability into all aspects of environmental protection work, with special emphasis on protecting the most vulnerable, and sees P2 as a central pillar of sustainability. And Tim began his EPA career as an assistant regional counsel and graduated summa cum laude from Arizona State University with a BA in history, and earned his law degree from University of California, Berkeley, go Bears, and clerked for Chief Justice Warren Matthews of the Alaska Supreme Court. Next up, we will have Jeff Scott, who is the Director of EPA Region 9's Land, Chemicals, and Redevelopment Division. This division is responsible for the hazardous waste, underground storage tank, coal combustion residual, solid waste landfill, and zero waste programs, implementing the region's pollution prevention and pesticide programs, preventing exposure to toxic compounds, and cleanup and redevelopment of brownfield sites. And throughout his 30-plus year career at EPA, Jeff served in several senior executive and management positions, both in EPA headquarters and Region 9. He has a long history of being a champion of holistic, multimedia, and market-based approaches to addressing environmental issues. And Jeff also received his master's degree in public policy from University of California at Berkeley. So go Bears again. And last but certainly not least, we have David Wadowski from EPA headquarters. So he is the director of the Data Gathering and Analysis Division with US EPA in Washington, DC. He provides executive leadership for a wide range of work under EPA's mission focused on chemical safety and sustainability in implementation of the Toxic Substances Control Act, the Pollution Prevention Act, and the Emergency Planning and Community Right to Know Act. So with that, I will pass the mic to Tim Hamlin.
Hey, thank you, Brittany. As you were talking, my reception was a little choppy, so I guess speak here, but I'll plow ahead on the assumption that I'm not, and if I am and I'm choppy, maybe I'll just turn off my camera, but I'll leave it on for now. So good morning, everyone. Again, thank you, Brittany, for the introduction. I want to thank you and PPRC for your work coordinating this roundtable. Over the years, PPRC has played such an important role of bringing together our partners to encourage the adoption of source reduction approaches through education and enrichment opportunities like this one today. And a big thanks also to ERG and Alina for conference support provided through EPA's National P2 Hub contract. Thanks also to all the speakers and presenters who are participating this year. I hope everyone enjoys the event format. Having the roundtable spread out over 2 weeks, so it should be a useful way to get the most participation for the different sessions. It has been several years since we've had a regional roundtable, and I'm excited about the agenda that has been prepared. In Region 10, there are a few areas I want to highlight as areas of interest and of potential future engagement. First, I want to share with you that this is the inaugural year for our Healthy, Resilient, and Sustainable Communities grant program in Region 10. Through this grant program, we sought to fund pollution prevention and sustainable materials management focused projects. 7 projects were selected in Oregon, Idaho, and Washington, and project funding ranged from $30,000 to $60,000. The projects will have a 2-year funding period and are kicking off this fall. In total, we were able to award $335,000 for pollution prevention and sustainability projects in Region 10. And we are excited to see what creative community-driven work will come out of the grants. Special congratulations to PPRC, who is the recipient of one of the grants, and PPRC will develop a program to guide businesses in Oregon and Washington through EPA's Safer Choice labeling program. Additionally, the project will provide small businesses assistance in certifying projects under the EPA Safer Choice label and offer rebates to businesses to offset the cost of Safer Choice certification. I am very supportive of the Safer Choice program, and COVID has highlighted the need for education on proper cleaning and disinfecting techniques. Our regional Safer Choice team is working with our children's health and indoor air staff to develop and disseminate information about Safer Choice, List N, which is EPA's list of approved disinfectants, and Design for the Environment, which are disinfectants that specifically meet the strict criteria of Safer Choice. This will be very useful as we head into cold and flu season. I also want to mention the Safer Choice Partner of the Year winners. Between Region 9 and Region 10, we had 15 of this year's 33 Partner of the Year winners, which shows great leadership of the Safer Choice program here out west. In Region 10, the 2021 Partner of the Year award winners represent a wide variety of partners from small and medium-sized businesses, state and local governments, non-governmental organizations, and associations. We look forward to highlighting the great work from our Safer Choice Partner of the Year winners over the next year. Finally, I want to briefly mention 2 of this administration's key priorities. This administration has placed heavy emphasis on climate change and environmental justice as cross-cutting priorities. We should be seeking to address climate and EJ in all the work we do in every media program at the EPA. A focus on these priorities hasn't happened in a while, and our programs are currently working on making sure these priorities are incorporated into our work and that we are engaging with our external partners and community leadership to help us implement these priorities. One way the public can engage with our planning is by providing comments on EPA's National Strategic Plan. In addition to climate change and environmental justice, the strategic plan has goals around the familiar areas of focus, which are enforcement, clean air, clean water, revitalized communities, and chemical safety, where the P2 program sits. The draft National Strategic Plan is out for public comment through November 11th, and EPA is looking for comments from all entities. So please comment on our 7 strategic goals. I'm hoping, as everyone participates in the roundtable, you enjoy the excellent speakers, and I also hope that people share what they are working on locally. This is a great chance to create additional venues for collaboration on pollution prevention and the use of safer chemicals in our communities. So thank you again for being here today. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay for the Q&A, but I do wish you a great conference, and I'm looking forward to hearing about the outcomes and opportunities from my staff. And now I am going to hand the floor over, the platform over, to my friend and colleague, Jeff Scott. Over to you, Jeff.
Hey, thanks, Tim. And thanks to you and your staff for taking the lead on setting up the conference, along with a big thank you to the Pollution Prevention Resource Center for organizing the event. A big thank you also to my old friend Dave Wadowski and headquarters, who's talking next, and his team that helped bring this together. And then finally, I'd just like to thank all the session leaders and speakers for helping put together what looks like a great program. We've had a long-term partnership between Region 9 and Region 10, and the 2 regions are in some circles affectionately known as the left coast. And we've had a lot of great innovators and partners across both geographic regions. And, you know, it's a really great thing that we have those innovators, because we have some really big challenges we're all aware of that we're facing. With climate change, out here out west, clearly we have the related fires and droughts. And as folks probably realize, I mean, climate is uniquely challenging since it requires lots of people to take individual actions versus some more traditional programs where you could focus on a few top sources and really address 80% of the problem. With climate, we need to get a lot of people, each individually taking actions, which is a far more daunting task. And although I'm glad to have a little rain in the forecast, water quality and water availability in particular in the West are ongoing issues in terms of shortages and droughts. I'm glad to see there's some great work going on in places like Arizona State University on their efforts to help industry save water, and really across the board, as we all realize, we need to do a lot more in terms of taking advantage and fullest use possible of the water we do have. We've got challenges with designing safer chemicals and using less harmful chemicals. On the regulatory side, of course, we have the Lautenberg Act with TSCA and state programs like California's Green Chemistry Program. But also on the research and demand side, you know, we still need a lot of research like it's being done at a couple of ours, maybe all 3 of ours, alma mater, UC Berkeley, looking at safer alternatives, and the kind of work that the PPRC is doing, along with others, promoting programs and options like Safer Choice, and really encouraging the demand side of the equation. And sort of along the lines of what Tim mentioned earlier, the other real challenge I see is how we can collectively work together to reach everyone, or at least almost everyone. We really need to reach and influence the average person out there, the average company, and influence their behavior, not just the leading edge of the curve or the trailing edge of the curve, but really the average person we need to influence. That includes reaching the poor, the disadvantaged, the left out members of our society. So it's a lot of challenge, but that's why we're here. And that's why we've been so happy to work with organizations, NGOs, states, local governments, et cetera, to come up with alternatives. And frankly, that's why I personally have been so proud to work for the EPA with many of my colleagues for so many years, both in Region 10 and headquarters and elsewhere. And that's why I'm really, really happy to have all of you come here because clearly together with a lot of cooperation, communication, and a ton of hard work and commitment, I think we can all make a big difference. So thanks so much for coming and joining us here for this multi-day session. We turn it over to my friend David Wadowski.
Thank you, Jeff.
Headquarters.
It's great to see you, and thank you, Tim, as well for his introductions. What some folks may not realize is that maybe one of the reasons that the three of us get along so well together is we all went to Berkeley at one time or another. Some of us overlapping at times. I just found out that Jeff was there at the same time I was, although I was an undergraduate and he was a graduate, so I was kind of lower on the totem pole, as it were. Thanks, Brittany.
Though that you went on to Stanford instead of
staying.
We won't talk
about we'll have that conversation over another happy hour. Thanks, Brittany. And I wanted to say to Ed and to PPRC, the Roundtable Steering Committee, and the organizing team, thank you so much for including me today. It's a real honor to speak to you, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to have some more conversations through the Q&A session. I'll have to kind of jump in and out of some of the other sessions. Got a pretty busy schedule, but I'm also really impressed by the ambitious and the deep and important agenda that the steering committee and the group has put together for these for the days of the meetings this week and next week. And I want to thank all the participants who are online. Yay! Many of you on the front lines of bringing real P2 solutions for sustainable pollution prevention to communities. You're making a real and an important difference. And as we've heard in some of the conversations that we've had with some of you on the front lines, you're doing so in a way that is challenging and making a difference in this unexpected age of COVID. So I just want to say really a heartfelt thank you. I also want to take a moment at this point to join a lot of people in recognizing a great spirit and leader. I consider him a human being who dedicated himself to forging a more sustainable world. Ken Zarker was, and it's really hard for me to say that, a warm and caring man, and it was a real shock to lose him from our community this past week. Ken inspired us, he inspired me. He did so in countless ways. And for me and a lot of other people, Ken's memory is going to indeed be a blessing. So the organizers have organized a tribute to Ken at the end of this session to give it just a small glimpse into Ken's passion and dedication. So please do stay tuned. I can't imagine Ken standing right next to me at this point and saying something like, yeah, nice words, David. Now, what are we going to do? So I'm going to get right down to it. There's a lot to talk about, as you can see by the depth and the breadth of the sessions planned for the roundtable. And I've got a lot to share about what I'm seeing on the pollution prevention landscape from the EPA headquarters perspective. And it's not the only perspective, but I want to share what that might mean for our collective and broader pollution prevention enterprise. So I'm going to get into some of those details in just a minute, but I want to start by making clear three main elements of the guiding constellation I follow for my role in EPA's National Pollution Prevention Program. So first, how do we move the needle? So what do I mean by moving the needle? It's like a gauge. Are our P2 efforts effectuating real and lasting change? And is that change self-replicating? Can positive change persist even without our direct involvement? So to me, that's moving the needle. Second, what creative and lasting partnerships are necessary to move the needle? So if we're going to catalyze P2, just noting that Nobel Awards were given recently for catalysis, if we're going to catalyze P2 in a lasting and meaningful way, do we have partners, organizations, communities, businesses who can and do see sustainability as a core value they can commit to? And Tim and Jeff have both mentioned these in their opening remarks. So we need to ask, how do we craft, nurture, and position those partnerships to succeed in the long run? And again, making sure they can succeed with or without us. and ask that question, and Jeff introduced that as well, who are we missing in those partnerships? So partnerships, that's the second key concept in addition to moving the needle. Third, what are the value chains where P2 makes a difference? So when I think of value chains, there's some terminology from the business world that can be relevant, especially for supply chain relationships. And we ask the question, can the benefits of pollution prevention, whether it's through cost reductions or access to market share or new markets, be bundled and concentrated enough to justify investment and engagement in pollution prevention? But as we know, that's not the only perspective on value chains. Users or customers for products and services are part of value chains. Human and environmental well-being are part of value chains. Life cycle approaches are part of value chains. And as and Jeff and Tim both mentioned, underserved or disproportionately affected communities are also part of value chains, particularly when we think about where benefits accrue from sustainable pollution prevention. Defining, understanding, and engaging those value chains, along with the levers in those value chains that can motivate investment and adoption of pollution prevention, are central to an effective and meaningful pollution prevention programs. So moving the needle, expanding partnerships, focus on our value chains. Now, those are not new to the P2 program. They're embedded in the pollution prevention framework that we've been using to orient our pollution prevention program for some time now. As we continue to evolve, refine, and implement EPA's P2 program, I'll continually gauge our programs on how we measure up against these elements of our framework. So as I shift to talk about some specific areas of focus for our pollution prevention programs from the headquarters perspective, I'm going to borrow from and misquote an ancient sage: moving the needle, partnerships, value chains, that lies at the heart of our P2 mission, and the rest is commentary. So the commentary. I'm going to take a really fast tour of EPA headquarters priorities and significant developments in P2 and chemical safety, because that's what the agenda said I'd do, so I'm going to do it. And I do want to make sure that I leave some time for questions and conversations, because this is a collaborative enterprise. We're all engaged in it, and what we do is important from where we sit and from our different perspectives. So starting with the administration priorities, Tim mentioned environmental justice and climate. Some of you may know that the White House issued executive orders, like on the first day of this administration, on EJ and on climate. Both EJ and addressing the climate crisis are part and parcel of our EPA planning. Tim mentioned our strategic plan, and again, we welcome the comments on that and engagement with that. They're part and parcel and embedded in a lot of the conversations we're having about accountability and program measures. And every initiative that comes up, whether we're continuing an initiative or developing a new one, we're asked that question: what does this mean for environmental justice, spreading the benefits of environmental protection, and addressing the climate crisis? And what they're intended to do is expand the reach of our program. They don't displace it. And so we're trying to find ways that we can implement environmental justice and climate change imperatives into all of our programs, including pollution prevention. So I want to talk a little about, or start talking about environmental justice and answer the question, address the question, maybe raise the question: how are we engaging and utilizing our pollution prevention programs to address the imperative of environmental justice? So among the things that we're doing are developing some tools for identifying facilities in environmental justice communities that we can work with through our partnerships and through our grant programs and other programs that we lead. The Pollution Prevention Hub, with that to mention the great work that the Eastern Research Group, ERG, is doing to support our P2 program, they've developed an interactive, customizable tool that we're going to be putting up on our website for being able to identify facilities in EJ communities and be able to look at what our definitions of those communities are from demographic, socioeconomic, and other types of factors. An important area that we're also looking at as a source of opportunity for our pollution prevention program, environmental justice, is the toxics release inventory, TRI, work and program that I helped lead, and pollution prevention. Now, many of you may know that TRI reporting includes pollution prevention reporting. So we're developing another set of tools that crosswalking with EPA's EJ screen tools to identify facilities in EJ communities and the pollution prevention reporting for those facilities, and pollution prevention reporting for similar facilities in similar sectors. And what we're looking to do is identify opportunities for engaging those facilities, working with communities, establishing a communication and a conversational partnership to promote the adoption of pollution prevention practices by those facilities and EJ communities using these targeting tools, using these community building tools and the kind of grant activities and imperatives that Tim talked about in his remarks. We're also looking at procurement. Jeff talked a fair bit, and thank you, about the Safer Choice program. The opportunities for bringing safer chemical products, making those available to consumers in environmental justice communities, institutional buyers, businesses that engage in cleaning. Tim and Jeff both mentioned how much cleaning is important during the pandemic, and the kind of folks who are engaged in activities in an occupational setting that are using materials and chemical-based products. So procurement, not just for Safer Choice, but for a whole range of sustainable products and services are going to be an important part of our environmental justice portfolio. And one other thing that I wanted to mention around the area of environmental justice is tribal engagement. We have worked in Region 9, Region 10 are certainly highly represented in terms of, or most represented in terms of how many tribal governments and communities are in these two regions. And what we'd like to do, what I'd like to do, is to continue and deepen the conversation with tribal nations and communities about where they see rules for pollution prevention and what we can do to customize some of our offerings to be relevant to the tribal experience and the indigenous population's experience. So I'm going to move on from EJ, environmental justice, to climate, and ask a question: what is the role of EPA's pollution prevention program among the many initiatives within EPA and among federal agencies to mitigate climate effects and consider pollution prevention implications for adaptation to climate change? And we've addressed some of those previously in our grant programs. They're being woven into and continue to be woven into all of our programs. I think when we look at pollution prevention and climate change, we can think about technologies, we can think about practices, we can think about life cycle considerations, we can think about value chain considerations and all the manifestations of value chains that I mentioned earlier. The question comes up for me is, how do we really move the needle using our pollution prevention programs in the context of all the other work that's going on inside and outside the federal government to address the climate crisis? I'm really interested to hear what some of those conversations are and what they can be. I think we want to think about moving the needle and the partnerships that are relevant to our pollution prevention program. And whether we're central, whether we are enabling, or whether tertiary to the initiatives around climate, we have to be involved. And so we're still working on figuring out how we can make our resources and make our resources available to really move the needle on addressing the climate crisis, whether it's through mitigation or whether it's through adaptation. One of the questions comes up also is, okay, you're talking about environmental justice and you're talking about climate crisis and climate change, and we've got these emphasis areas currently in our grant program, our sector-based approaches for focusing our work in the pollution prevention program. It's not the only way we're doing that work, but it's an important element of how our program moves the needle, develops partnerships for leveraging and amplifying, and engaging value chains. So we are looking actively at approaches to integrating environmental justice and climate change into our ongoing programs through our grants, through environmentally preparable purchase, and I'll talk about a little bit more in a minute, green chemistry, toxic release inventory, and Safer Choice. And we're going to continue taking a sector-based approach for a portion of our pollution prevention program. It's not the only way we're going to move forward, but again, asking those questions, moving the needle, partnerships and value chains, what is the benefit and what is the power of a sector-based approach? And so we'll continue with that, and we're going to be having ongoing conversations about how we can make sure that not only are we integrating environmental justice and climate into our existing programs, including our grant program, but how do we, what other levers can we be using in order to promote the priorities of this administration? I want to talk a little bit about our Safer Choice program because that's of interest to a lot of folks. Certainly it is to me. Our assistant administrator, our political in the Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention, Dr. Michal Friedhoff, has clearly spoken publicly about the need to rebuild the Safer Choice program that experienced some serious resource limitations in the last 4 years. And we're going to do that. We're in the process of doing that. We expect to be engaging consumers, institutions, and organizations in the partnerships around bringing safer chemical products to individuals, to communities, to state and local governments, and to a wide range of occupational settings. I talked about that a little bit earlier, and Tim mentioned the Safer Choice Partners of the Year. And as Tim and Jeff both mentioned, I mean, there's great companies in Region 9 and Region 10 leading the pack when it comes not only to the Safer Choice Partner of the Year awards, but the creative approaches they're taking to building safer chemical products and safer choice certification into the fabric of their business plan and their business planning. And I also wanted to recognize that, you know, as we think about that, the opportunities around safer choice, and I mentioned that around in the context of environmental justice, is how do we work with partners who can then, you know, serve to have an important role and have a comparative advantage in bringing safer chemical products and safer practices, work practices to communities that are central to our mission going forward. The Hazardous Waste Management Program of King County in Seattle does that through some of their county programs. An organization, the CMAR Community Health Centers in South King County, is another Safer Choice Partner of the Year. And the University of Washington Department of Environmental Occupational Health Sciences, through the continuing education programs, have been focusing on bringing safer chemical products into occupational settings where, you know, CMAR and community centers is working with Hispanic communities in South King County. And so the idea of developing those partnerships and thinking about those value chains from the chemicals that are going into those products, to how those products are used, to the consumers, workers, pets, and families that can take advantage of those opportunities is going to be an important part of our Safer Choice program moving forward. Some of you may know that we have been engaged in looking at opportunities to promote pollution prevention finance. We've established a working group on pollution prevention finance, and that draws out of it, emerged from some of the conversations we've had with our pollution prevention collaborators and colleagues who are working on the front line with businesses who will sometimes tell us, you know, we're working with a company, you know, they've got some great ideas. We've done some P2 assessments. We've done some intensive consulting with them. We've identified some really interesting opportunities for investing and sometimes recapitalizing a business that can not only promote pollution prevention, but amortize and saves the business money in the long run. And the barrier we come up against is the fact that the affordable and accessible capital and finance is elusive for some of those companies. And there's a whole lot of reasons that might be the case. And so what we've been trying to do is develop some, through the work group, some examples, some case studies, and some approaches and tools for putting pollution prevention finance solutions in the hands of our technical assistance providers and other organizations that are working with companies and organizations that might want to invest and recapitalize around pollution prevention. One of the things that we've done is we've engaged with EPA's Environmental Finance Advisory Board on developing a charge for that advisory group to help bring the expertise that these individuals in the finance communities from a whole range of perspectives and organizations to help us develop an approach, or a set of approaches, I should say, that are creative and sometimes think outside the box. And where does financing come from? How do you implement the financing? How do you put together what financiers talk about a stack of financing in order to make that accessible and available to businesses and organizations that want to recapitalize around and reorient their business to incorporate more and more P2 finance. So just last week, we had a kind of our meeting with the Environmental Finance Advisory Board to make that final pitch for that engagement. And there was unanimous support amongst the Environmental Finance Advisory Board to work with EPA's P2 program on developing creative ways to look at financing structures, looking at financing models for pollution prevention investment, and extension, how do you bring those financing solutions to the companies that could be utilizing them? So I'm hoping that we'll be able to expand the playing field and the folks that are working with us on bringing this important tool for moving the needle and in for facilitating investment in pollution prevention capitalization to the businesses that are willing, able, and interested to do so. We're going to have a series of workshops over this next year, and the goal is to have actionable recommendations from the Environmental Finance Advisory Board completed by next October, when we're expecting to be starting implementation of our next round of pollution prevention grants. So we can do some training, we can develop tools, and we can start to incorporate that more explicitly into the offerings that we provide as a pollution prevention enterprise. Speaking of funding, I also wanted to mention what some of you may have heard about, and that's congressional action and funding for pollution prevention. There is interest in pollution prevention for some bills that are, a couple of bills that are currently being hashed out in the hallowed halls of Congress. It's not a done deal, but what's been called the infrastructure bill, and it goes by a few different acronyms these days, and I'm not going to throw those at you. The one that passed the Senate a couple of months ago includes pollution prevention and the boost in the pollution prevention grants. Now that's being debated in the House along with a lot of other things. So it's a big if it'll pass, and there's still a lot of uncertainty associated with it. But if that persists in both the Senate and the House versions, there's going to be a substantial expansion of support for EPA's P2 grants for the next 5 years. And so among the things that we're doing is looking at, how do we position the EPA's pollution prevention program to absorb, implement, and effectively lead and lean into pollution prevention and sustainability activities through that expanded grant program. So more to come. We got our fingers crossed, and hopefully we'll be seeing in the very near future, if that investment in pollution prevention makes it through the process of appropriations and legislation. One of the other things I wanted to mention, shifting gears a little bit, is an initiative that we started in 2016, but there were some events in 2017 that put a hold on this, and that's a video challenge to engage youth in the value propositions for pollution prevention through a video challenge, working with our toxic waste inventory data. So I talked about that a little bit earlier. Some of you may be familiar with the as I said, the TRI, the toxic waste inventory reporting, both for releases and for pollution prevention. And the idea that we're looking at and that we're hoping to launch sometime later next month is a video challenge with monetary prizes for youth, a high school category, a college category, and an open category, to identify using the TRI tools and a facility that has adopted and implemented pollution prevention activities, and do a little video about what it means for the business, what it means for the community, how it improves human health and the environment, and how it's an economic opportunity for that business. And the idea is that by generating interest, engaging the youth, and creating a whole lot of content through those youth around video content around pollution prevention, we can expand the playing field for the P2 practitioners of tomorrow. So that's very exciting for us, and that's currently very much in the works. I want to shift gears a little bit again, shifting through all the gears on my mountain bike. Yep.
Hey, David, I just want to do a quick time check. So we're wrapping up at 10:45, and we want to have some time for the video as well. So,
right. So
and questions.
Yeah, so the end is in sight. I just wanted to mention our green chemistry program. The American Chemical Society is initiating a sustainable development initiative and looking to co-invest and to supplement some of the great work that's going on. We talk about green chemistry in the context of safer choice. A lot of the technologies and the pollution prevention technologies talk about have green chemistry at their foundation. I've been invited to participate in the advisory council for that program, and so I'm looking forward to helping to make some linkages between our pollution prevention program and the American Chemical Society's Sustainable Development Initiative. One of the things that's on the schedule, I think, for tomorrow addresses chemicals concern. Some of you may know that EPA's roadmap for per and polyfluorinated alkyl substances, called known as PFAS. That roadmap was published on Monday. There are questions about what is the role of pollution prevention and implications for EPA's P2 program. We can talk about that tomorrow. Fantastic. There's a lot of regulatory initiatives associated with that roadmap. And I'll be interested to hear a discussion of some of the ideas that you bring forward for how P2 might play a role in moving forward with minimizing and mitigating the impacts of PFAS in the environment through potentially enhancements and innovations in production practices and in use cases for various chemicals and products associated with that. And the question that I'm going to ask is, what part of the value chain would we address through P2? What kind of creative partnerships might be available, and how can we move the needle? So I'm going to just wrap up by, once again, I've said a bunch of times, but it comes up repeatedly as we think about, how do we have the most impact from a fairly modest set of investments that we have in EPA, that we manage cooperatively in headquarters with our regional partners, with our technical assistance providers that are the grant recipients, and a whole host of other organizations that are part of the pollution prevention, sustainability, and sustainable world enterprise. How do we move the needle? How do we take and implement and encourage and nurture action-oriented partnerships? And how are we attending and thinking about what a value chain means in communities and societies? These are not new concepts, as I said, but they are central to how I and we are seeing, planning, and implementing our P2 program. And the last thing I wanted to mention was something that we've had to put off because of the COVID situation, and that's a national EPA grantee pollution prevention conference that we've had in the past. We're looking whether it's going to be virtual or whether it's going to be in person for doing that again next year. We would hope to include planning activities. We would hope to include sharing activities, training activities, and looking at opportunities for innovation as part and parcel of what we all do. So with that, I will again thank the organizers. I'll wrap it up and we'll go on to the next portion, Brittany.
Thank you so much, David. And thank you also to Tim and Jeff. Really appreciate you being here today. I think we have time maybe for one question. And I see there's one from Hugh O'Neill. How can EPA, states, and tribes support each other in a short time frame if funding for EPA SAG grants substantially increases via the infrastructure bill, should it pass? Whoever wants to.
I'll jump into the front. I'm not sure if Tim is still on. I'll see if Jeff, anybody else has additional comments. I think part of it is working through and with our regional offices. I think that right now there's a little bit there's a fair bit that's unknown about how it's all going to play out. What we'd be looking to do is potentially phase in part of the additional scope into what we consider our ongoing pollution prevention grant program, because there's going to be funding every year, in the Senate version for the next 5 years. We would look then at the subsequent year, whether we're for developing and implementing some new innovative approaches to pollution prevention through some additional grant activities. And so there's a few different ways one can approach it. And so we're exploring it. Great question, Heath. Thanks for asking that. And we're trying to figure it out at the same time. We're not sitting on our hands in that regard. And we do want to hear, and I think one of the things that, while that's not incorporated into a strategic plan, whether you use that as a mechanism or working through our EPA regional office as a conduit, we'd love to have more of that conversation.
Thank you, David. We are at 10:45, and we do want to play a quick video before we get into our next session. So I just want to thank you and Jeff and Tim, and your voice here today and contributions to P2 in general are invaluable. There might be some more questions that come in the chat. If you can hang out and chat with people, that would be cool. But if not, we understand. So thank you so much. Let me share my screen here. All right, again, we have, these were our keynote speakers, and we just wanted to take a few moments to remember our friend and colleague, Ken Zarker, as we set forth into our roundtable event, and dedicate this event to him and acknowledge the immense loss to our community from his unexpected passing. So he had a long history of being a P2 champion from Texas to Washington and all across the country. And we have a video that we're going to share from 2005, the 2005 Texas Legacy Project, when Ken worked for the Texas Commission of Environmental Quality. So I'm going to go ahead and play this. Please let me know if sound is not coming through.
Well, I was born in Oakland, California, 1959. And so I grew up in the Bay Area, which is a beautiful natural setting. And if you remember back some of the old Ansel Adams photographs of San Francisco before the bridge and everything. So it just has a lot of natural beauty, and I think that probably had a profound impact on me. And I just have always felt that I've wanted to work on environmental issues since I was a little kid. And we grew up in Orinda, California, and it was great because we had our house there and a little creek next to it. There were salamanders, running water, great curiosity for a small growing child. And then we also had access to some of the hills behind our house, and we would be able to go up there and hike and build forts in the grass. And so we did a lot of camping up in the Sierras, which were right in our backyard. And so I've just always had this affinity to the outdoors and knew that I wanted to work in environmental area issues and programs. Well, at the time, as you remember, I had started environmental engineering and then finished my degree at University of Houston at Clear Lake. And I think it was in the last semester or something, I did a paper on solid waste, and who would ever thought, here I would have a career in solid waste. Well, in 1989, we formed the what we called the Waste Minimization Unit. And at the time, I was put into that unit, and I wasn't exactly overjoyed with this career change. I thought, at the time I thought, oh my gosh, what have I been put into? This is like career death, But it's turned out to be the best thing that's ever happened in terms of starting to think about more sustainability and things like that. So what we observed is in about 1992, we formed the Office of Pollution Prevention and Recycling and really began to focus on this effort and getting to educate companies about their emissions that they're producing. The whole end of pipe, we had accomplished a lot of good controls through the traditional programs, through the Clean Water Act, RCRA, Hazardous Waste Program, Clean Air Act, and had focused on end of pipe solutions. So you're right, putting a scrubber on the end of a steel mill or something like that, and those produce significant controls and improved compliance. But we found that those systems began to have diminishing returns, and that if companies began to think about pollution prevention, which means eliminating the pollution or the source of waste at the beginning, so you don't have to deal with what comes out at the end of the production process. So we would talk about going up the pipe into the production processes and looking at where are these materials being produced, and is there a way to reduce that or use a less toxic material in the production process. So we were moving upstream. I think that's another point, is that companies began to see having a strong environmental stewardship program as a corporate core philosophy to be a competitive advantage, particularly as you get into a global economy and market. Because the fact is that the environmental programs are here to stay. They aren't a new fad, as some folks maybe thought in the early 70s that this would just go away at some point. But the environmental literacy, believe it or not, it does continue to increase. People and consumers are more aware about environmental issues. They care about having companies that are socially responsible. And so companies that want to exist in the future are beginning to put these programs in place so that they're seen as leaders to be in it for the long haul. So easily done, right?
Please.
Yeah, I have been really fortunate to serve in a number of capacities. One of those has been as chair of the National Pollution Prevention Roundtable, which is an organization that's dedicated solely to promoting pollution prevention and source reduction in the United States. And that has been a very interesting area to work in. And one of the things that's really been fascinating is that we've taken this concept and started, in the late 80s and really have a strong hold here in the United States. But at the same time, we now have over 60 countries around the planet that have also started pollution prevention programs. Because I always make the argument in the field that I've been working in is that there's not enough of us to go around, and so we need to continue to work together and bring together. And we're really building a network. We're building a community of people that are interested in working on this, whether they work in industry or government or the nonprofit sector. Because really the new model in the future is all these groups working together, and you're going to get a lot better result. And you may not agree on stuff all the time, but it tends to point you in the right direction. And I found that the pollution prevention, waste minimization, and sustainability really kind of bring people together, and people feel empowered that they can do things in a proactive way about environmental protection. So I'm optimistic about the future. And
All right. So if you knew Ken, we encourage you to share memories in the chat. I do see Jean and others have shared some, so thank you so much. And moving on, thank you all for joining us for our keynote session. We will move in now to the environmental justice session. So Miles, go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, Brittany. Yeah, thanks for sharing that video. Yeah, it's tough with Ken gone, especially being in ecology right now. He definitely feels lost, but I mean, he was everywhere in the nation. So a lot of people are feeling that today. So thanks for sharing. So yeah, moving into our EJ session, I know we're running a little bit behind, so hopefully it's okay going a little bit into the lunch hour, Brittany, because we got some great presentations today. Me and Monica will be introducing folks and getting people set up. Monica's with King County. I myself am with Ecology in our toxic reduction program. And just before jumping in, I just want to kind of mention what this session is really focused on. Environmental justice and service equity is, just in the past couple of years become a much stronger focus for federal, state, and local level organizations. And I know we're in the early stages of figuring out how best to try to apply, equity and environmental justice to technical assistance and pollution prevention. But there's folks out there doing an excellent job already experimenting, testing, doing things with this in mind. And I'm just really excited to share with you all today the presenters that are doing this. So two things, the presentations are focused on various organizations and how they're assessing environmental, demographic, and human health data. And then additionally, there's a couple of projects that are talking about lived experiences. And I apologize for the dog, everybody. So with that in mind, we'll jump right in. I want to hand it over to Monica, who will introduce our first speaker, and then at the end, hopefully at the end of each presentation, we hopefully can take a couple questions. If we need to keep moving forward, I will try to do that, and hopefully save some time at the very end for questions as well. So with that, Monica, if you want to introduce our first folks, thanks.
Thank you. I'm Monica Ayers. I'm a policy liaison with King County. And so Miles, did you want me to read the bios or just simply the names? And
for time, I think folks go check out the bios of all of these great individuals on the website. But yeah, for this, if we could jump into the sessions, that'd be awesome. Thanks,
Okay,
Monica.
great. So for our first session, and I apologize in advance if I pronounce your name wrong, but we have Farah Fatemi of Oregon Metro, who is going to be discussing results from Oregon Metro's toxic reduction and equity study on how and why communities of color are at greater health risk and work with partners to reduce those risks. So take it away.
Right. You can just give me a moment. Let me get my slides up. Well, hello, everyone. I am going to be talking a little bit about Metro's Toxics Reduction Equity Study. This was released in 2019, but I really want to highlight how it can be a resource for you all and some of the ways that we are applying it in our work. And I'm really just giving you a snapshot because this is a short highlight today. So, as some of you may know, Metro is Portland, Oregon's regional government. We serve 1.6 million residents and counting. It's really the urban portion of the 3 counties around Portland. And Metro's role is in part to be a steward of the region's waste stream, including household hazardous waste. So we do a lot of different things in terms of regional planning, including the garbage and recycling systems and the hazardous waste facilities and disposal. So the purpose of our toxics reduction and equity study, again, we released that in 2019, was really to provide some background on chemical policy regulations, what's the landscape there, to apply an equity perspective to risk from consumer products. So we had been moving in that direction, but this was really a more progressive way of applying that equity lens. And then provide a foundation for our organization to develop priorities and determine involvement in different initiatives, as well as be a resource for other organizations in terms of that report. So the way the report is organized is we've got an executive summary that I encourage you to check out. That's kind of you know, a little bit more for general audiences, but detailing, you know, a broad summary. And then we go into a little bit around chemicals policy, looking at new equity frameworks in terms of our work. And then there's a good portion dedicated to consumer product reviews in terms of how certain folks are disproportionately impacted by toxics in consumer products. And then there's some analysis of the regulatory context, as well as identifying opportunities for action. So the ones that I've bolded here are areas that I'm going to talk about a little bit more today. There are lots of folks involved in developing the report and reviewing the report, and some of you might have been on that team, so we thank that team for helping out. So in terms of the equity framework that we talk about, we focus on a few different concepts. One is cumulative health risks, and that is really the health effects from various chemical stressors and the fact that they can be compounded over a lifetime with other stressors, such as racism, such as poor housing quality, such as socioeconomic stressors. So really taking a little bit more of a holistic approach to examining health risks. And then we also emphasize in that report the idea of targeted universalism, which is kind of acknowledging that strategies to achieve a broader goal in terms of health outcomes for a population should be involving targeted efforts and specific efforts that address the needs of subpopulations. So the fact that certain workers or certain genders or certain particular parts of the population may be exposed and more to certain risks, and that should be addressed in trying to bring up health outcomes for everyone to the same level. So in terms of the consumer product reviews, this is what could be a helpful area for you all in terms of synthesizing the literature that's out there. And it looks at these different categories and synthesizes some of the research on disproportionate health risks, particularly for certain vulnerable groups. And who are we really focusing on in that literature review? Well, we look a little bit more at low-income residents, high-risk workers, pregnant mothers, people of color, and children and youth, because those do tend to be categories that are particularly susceptible to, again, the effects of those compounded health risks. So I'm just going to highlight a little bit of what we have in terms, or give you a snapshot of what we have in terms of the consumer product reviews. There's a section that looks at personal care products and, kind of highlights that women or people that identify as women that are regularly using makeup, adolescents, and professionals in hair and nail care professions are some of the most impacted by toxics in personal care products. And that literature review also emphasizes that women of color tend to be at higher risk. And that's because of the types of products they report using and the effects of systemic racism. So particularly the impacts of white beauty standards on the types of products that are being used by some women of color, such as, skin lightening creams, hair relaxers and hair straighteners, products such as those. And then we acknowledge that hair care professionals are at risk from a lot of these chemicals used in salons as well. And that many of those professionals tend to be women. There's a high proportion, about a third, that are reported to be women of color. So we're particularly concerned about exposure for them. So I just gave you a snapshot again of some of the stuff that's in the study. I encourage you to check out more, but I wanted to show you a little bit about how findings from the study are informing our work and priorities. And what we're really looking at now is developing new partnerships and supporting partnerships with communities that can contribute to reduced health risks for some of these groups that are the most vulnerable. This is a example of one of those new programs. This is a program called My Hair, My Health, PDX, a really cool program focused on health and wellness for Black and African women in the Portland area. And we have supported that event in terms of helping it financially, but also highlighting the risks that may be in some personal care products and really boosting tools for the community to find safer products and begin the process of kind of looking at what are the behaviors around products that they're using. So that's just a quick example. There are lots of other cool things that are going on. In the end of the report, we identify more opportunities for action, and that's really looking at advancing policies and programs that address disproportionate health risks. So legislation that we can support, programs like My Hair, My Health. We have a few other education programs that are also targeting folks at affordable housing communities and talking about household hazardous waste there, and a few other community-based programs that are really cool and new and interesting. We also want to advance research and education around exposures, health risks, and solutions, and suggest that more convening of collaborators and cross-sector stakeholders is going to be beneficial. And this what we're doing right here is an example of that. I encourage you to check that report out. I've got the link here and I can paste that into the chat as well. And again, there's lots more in that report, and that was really a quick snapshot, but I hope that that can be a helpful tool for you all as well. And with that, I can take some questions, or we can move on to the next presenter depending on time.
Thanks, Farah. Yeah, we do have a couple minutes. So if anyone has a question and would like to pipe up, I'll take a look at the chat here in a sec as well. Yeah, any questions for Farah?
I can ask a question. Can you talk more about the products that are targeted towards Black women and how I've heard that they may be marketed to for more toxic products? Is there any truth to that?
So it depends on you know, what particular products you're. Oh, do I have myself on? Okay, no, I'm not on mute. It depends on what particular products you know, you're looking at, but some of the research in the Toxics Reduction and Equity Study looked at the number of products that are being bought by women in different race categories, and found that women of color tend to be purchasing sometimes as much as 9 times the number of personal care products. So sometimes it's kind of it can be a numbers game in terms of that. It's a little bit harder to assess exactly exposures for different race categories. But I think that's one of the concerns. And then in terms of the types of products that are used, I think some of the ones that I mentioned, like skin lightening creams, hair relaxers and hair straighteners, those tend to be, you know, of concern for exposure to toxics in those products. So those are some of the things that were highlighted a little bit. And we had some natural hair care folks and hairstylists talking about using more natural products at the My Hair, My Health event.
Yeah, and Farah, that was a question I had for you is, how many of those events have you had so far, and are they, how have they gone?
Yeah, so this was the second year that we supported My Hair, My Health, but they have had that event for the past 5 years in Portland. And yeah, we've had a great group of people attending, and it tends to be, you know, a little bit more intimate conversations about a lot of different things related to hair and health and wellness, and a really supportive community. So yeah, I think it's been a great success.
Great. Well, thank you so much. And for any follow-up questions, we may have time at the very end, or we can also share Farah's information if you want to follow up. So thanks, Farah. We'll move forward. Yeah, I was hoping to pass over again to Monica to introduce our 2 next speakers, or just one. I apologize. I may be out of order here.
Thanks, Miles. So our next presenter is Lee Monty from the Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. And Lee is going to be presenting on developing a database using TRI to identify vulnerable populations.
Thanks, Leah. Are you on mute potentially?
Yes, one second. I just need to open my system preferences to share my screen.
Take your time. Thanks. And Leigh, if you're having issues getting presentation mode on, I can also share my screen and run through the slides. You just have to tell me when to move.
Sounds good. 1 second.
Okay.
I think she lost her connection.
Okay, shoot. We'll come back to Leah. If we can move on to our next two presenters, how about we do that, Monica?
I'm back.
Oh.
Sorry about that. Can you guys see my
Hey,
screen?
you made it. Awesome. Yep, we can see your screen.
Yes.
Okay, you're good to go. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Lee Manti, and I'm a fourth year at the University of Virginia studying ability. Today, I'm representing the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention, Data Gathering, Analysis, and Dissemination Branch, and I will be presenting a case study in environmental justice examining TRI facilities and fence line communities in EPA's Region 10. So before I begin, I would like to add a disclaimer that the findings and views expressed within this presentation are my own and do not necessarily represent those of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. So as a Pathways intern for OCSPP, I worked on a project this past summer, initially reviewing a methodology created by Eastern Research Group that seeks to identify vulnerable communities near toxics release inventory facilities in Region 9. And using EPA's Region 10 as a proof of concept, I expanded and applied ERG's methodology to develop a comprehensive process that rapidly and accurately identifies vulnerable and disadvantaged communities near TRI facilities. Region 10 includes Alaska, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, and 271 tribal nations, as you all know. Outcomes of this research would result in enhanced analytical tools to support policymakers and government officials in readily assessing impacts of TRI facilities on fence line communities, assisting with TRI facility prioritization and follow-up, or pollution prevention assistance. This project aligns with President Biden's EJ initiatives, including Executive Order 12898, which directs federal agencies to identify and address disproportionately high and adverse human health or environmental effects, and it urges them to develop strategies to implement environmental justice. Additionally, this project supports Executive Order 13985, which commits to pursuing policy approaches that aim to advance equity for all, including marginalized communities. So to develop this methodology, facility level data was extracted from US EPA's toxics release inventory. Toxic release summary information was obtained from US EPA's EasyRISI platform. Sociodemographic data is retrieved from EJ Screen 2020. And for the purpose of this study, RISI modeled hazard stack and fugitive air emissions examined. RISI modeled hazard accounts for the size of the chemical release and the chemical's toxicity. Stack air emissions included gases and solids released from a confined smokestack after the incineration process, whereas fugitive emissions are unavoidable emissions that are released in smaller quantities, as well as the main sources of ongoing exposure of workers to toxics. Routine exposure to fugitive emissions can lead to detrimental health effects for workers, such as respiratory symptoms and decreased lung function. And to analyze a fence line community's demographics, the demographic index from EJ Screen was examined. And the demographic index essentially represents an average of minority and low-income households. And moreover, applying a recommendation from Justice 40 and the methodology behind Callan Bioscreen, a column called Socioeconomic Indicator Score was created, which takes the average of the percentiles of 4 indicators referenced by Justice 40 and Callan Bioscreen as important in defining disadvantaged communities. And the indicator created is an average of the percentiles of minority populations, low-income households, low education attainment, and linguistic isolation by census block. And the data construct methodology consists of TRI facilities that submitted forms to the 2019 National Analysis Dataset released in October 2020, and the reporting forms were processed up to the end of September 2020. And mining facilities were excluded from the analysis in order to focus on facilities closer to communities and facilities representing industries that are potentially most impacting ambient air. Additionally, age variables were excluded in the calculation of the socioeconomic indicator score due to public concerns that these variables inadequately reflect vulnerable elderly and youth populations, skewing results towards wealthier Caucasian populations. And additional demographic information regarding grocery stores, retail, medical facilities, and schools were pulled from ArcGIS OpenStreetMaps. And with the methodology, users have the ability to filter by location, socioeconomic indicator score, and RISI modeled hazard stack and fugitive air emission totals. And with the mapping functionality, users have the ability to zoom in on areas of most concern through a tiered filtering approach. And we can see this in the next slide. So the combined data for non-mining facilities in Region 10 was imported and analyzed on Python and mapped on ArcGIS. And this map showcases an example of the filtering approach in action. It's the map of non-mining facilities in Region 10 with total RISI modeled hazard, fugitive and stack air emission values greater than 1 million, and areas with socioeconomic indicator scores in the top 5%. So the blue stars on the map represent non-mining TRI facilities, and the blue circles surrounding the facilities demonstrate the 3-mile buffer or the fence line community. And to get a clearer view, this chart provides a demographic overview of the 8 facilities of interest, sorted from high to low RISI modeled hazard, stack, and air emission totals. And these facilities are primarily located in Kent, Washington, followed by Pasco, Washington, Nampa, Idaho, and Portland, Oregon. And note that a report revision for Boeing Company of Portland was submitted, but this data is not yet reflected on EasyRISI or within this analysis. So this is a map of the fence line communities in Kent, Washington, which has 4 facilities with RISI modeled hazard values over 1 million. And for background, this area of Kent, Washington has experienced trends of suburbanization of poverty, with people of color relocating from Seattle's historically lower income neighborhoods to the suburbs of Kent, Washington. And nearly 22,000 people, or 16% of the population in Kent, Washington, live within 3 miles of these TRI facilities. There are a good amount of elementary, middle, and high schools within the 3-mile buffer zones of the 5 TRI facilities, and nearby shops include beauty salons and car repair shops. There are also a few urgent care clinics and several pharmacies within the area. So 3 out of the 5 TRI facilities in this Kent, Washington analysis produce high levels of chromium or chromium compounds. Ongoing inhalation of these chemicals may result in carcinogenic health effects, such as increased risk of developing lung, nasal, and sinus cancer. And after conducting this case study using Region 10 as a proof of concept, the next steps are to compare the data construct methodology with national emissions inventory data and share findings with Region 10 program offices. Opportunities for further study include examination of facility level activity in regards to emissions, regulatory processes, and existing P2 activities. And using this information, we hope to identify potential challenges facilities may face that are preventing them from engaging in source reduction activities. And moving forward, we also hope to determine the best mode of engagement between EPA and TRI facilities. The added mapping functionality will enable government officials and policymakers to study the cumulative impact of TRI facility toxic releases on the surrounding community. Pinpointing schools, retail stores, and medical facilities will help in characterizing the infrastructure that may be frequently visited in areas at potentially greater risk for exposure. To conclude, this analysis identified 8 facilities in Region 10 to recommend for potential follow-up. EPA's Pollution Prevention P2 grant funding program awards funds to universities and research groups seeking to identify best practices in pollution prevention that could be implemented by industry sectors. And EPA's P2 program prioritizes 5 industry sectors that offer significant opportunities for pollution prevention, economic, and environmental impact. And one goal of this project is to link these facilities to research findings achieved by the P2 grant program. And overall, this case study analysis has the potential to inform other EPA efforts and serve as a possible model for automation and report development. And that is all. So I can take questions if there's time, but if not, that's okay too.
Thanks, Lei. Really appreciate it. It's funny, this is right in our backyard. I know I've been to a couple of these sites actually. We're here in Washington, so very interesting. I was wondering, real quick, and folks, if there's any questions for Lei, please chime in. I got one real fast for you, Lei. This really interesting data, and it kind of might help, help folks prioritize where they could visit. Is there any hope, for not just EPA efforts, but are you hoping to kind of share this potentially with externally to other organizations and other, either local or state organizations? Or are you still working with EPA before that stuff?
Yeah, for sure. So I think EPA is trying to find some way to automate this type of process within their existing data tools, such as TRI Search Plus. And so I guess we'll be working potentially with contractors to make that happen. And then if it goes like a long way, then we'll share it with other organizations potentially. But right now it's just within the organization.
Great, thank you. Any questions? I know we have a couple comments in the chat.
I have a quick process question. This is Huckleberry Palmer, also from Department of Ecology. You mentioned that mines were excluded. Does that include also smelting operations, or is that a moot point because there aren't active smelters in the region you studied?
I'm not sure. I just know that the facilities that have NICS codes under mining were excluded. So I'm not sure if those ones that you just mentioned are included or not.
Lee, this is Steve DeVito. Can I help answer that question? Yeah. I don't think they were, unless there was a situation in which a metal mine also conducting smelting on site and filed under their NAICS code for metal mines. So I don't think that they were excluded. Not entirely sure.
Yeah, I know NAICS codes can sometimes be really tricky, and there'll even be times where companies are slightly off, but it makes a big difference when you're looking at the high-level data. So, any more questions for Lei? I think we have time for one or two more. Okay, and if you have questions at the end, we'll also have time at the very end. So, thanks, Lei. Really appreciate it. Moving on to our next presenters, and just as a little preamble, I think this connects well with what you just saw via TRI data. I think we're going to be zooming in on Washington State, so I'll hand it over to Monica.
Thanks, Miles. So our next speakers are Teague Powell and Trevor Peckham. Teague Powell is with the Washington State Department of Ecology, and Trevor is with King County Hazardous Waste Management Program. And they're going to be presenting on how Washington Department of Health's Washington Tracking Network's environmental public health indicators are used to evaluate distribution of P2 projects for environmental justice. And this presentation will also explore the use of worker demographic data to incorporate equity in industry P2 efforts.
Okay, yeah, thanks for joining us, Trevor and Teague.
Thank you very much. And hi, welcome to our presentation, From the Fence Line to the Assembly Line, Leveraging Community and Industry Level Data to Incorporate Equity into Technical Assistance Outreach. I'm Teague Powell from Ecology, and I'll be kicking off the first half of this presentation, and Trevor Peckham will be rounding out the second half. So with that, I just wanted to start off. Since Trevor and I will both be outlining kind of data-driven approaches to integrating environmental justice data sets into business processes, I wanted to start with a quick definition of data-driven, which here I've got it as a continuous improvement of all business processes through the smart use of data at all levels of work. And I thought it'd be interesting to just highlight a couple helpful key points that I've found important when working on data-driven initiatives. And those are just, it's important to collect trustworthy, relevant data. And especially in the case of environmental justice. And with collecting that data, looking to integrate that data into your core business processes is really an important part. And that can mean taking a lot of time to better understand your business processes and how key decisions are made in your organization and how those decisions might be influenced with the right information. And with that, really taking a look to inform and empower staff to take meaningful action in their work. And I think that's a big one to really assess whether staff are capable of influencing the long arc of the work. Especially with environmental justice outcomes in mind. And for me, in my position as a sort of analyst, that really means I often look to create something of value, even if it's minimal at first. It could just be a list of facilities with environmental justice concerns, a report about taking a look at a new kind of data set or a perspective and how that might influence or change our priorities, but really trying to create something that we can poke at and share. And that leads right on to one of the most important ones, really looking to test and improve anything that we do, especially where EJ is concerned and where I feel we really have a responsibility to take action early. But there's still a lot of learning to do over the long run, which often means really taking the time to understand a lot of the inherent limitations of a data-driven approach and how we might address some of those, maybe exploring other kind of complementary approaches that aren't so rooted in data-driven kind of techniques and methods. And so the question is, how does environmental justice intersect our technical assistance work? Well, one kind of classic approach to answering this problem is to simply ask where. Where does environmental justice, where are there environmental justice concerns, and what do nearby kind of at-risk communities look like? And what kind of concerns might be present in the communities just beyond the fence line of these facilities that we work with? And there's a number of data sets tailored to answer just such questions, as even our previous presentation definitely addressed in depth, which was fascinating. But in Washington State, we just have passed some landmark EJ legislation, which really aims to reduce environmental health disparities in Washington. And that's legislation, and a lot of the groundwork that went into it specifically recommends aligning our efforts behind one particular data set, which is the Washington Tracking Network, which I'll touch on in just a minute. It bears a lot of resemblance to EPA's EJ screen. It has a lot of census information incorporated. It's part of the CDC's Environmental Public Health Tracking Network, which also includes CalEnviro screen and some other tools that may be familiar. But with the recommendation to align our state's efforts behind the tracking network, that's been really helpful for us in that we now have a clear goal and target to look to. And with that, there's now questions of sort of, well, with this newfound information, how do you go about balancing EJ interests with maybe traditional kind of technical assistance program goals? And how do you kind of navigate balancing the EJ program goals in kind of day-to-day decision making, and how can a data-driven effort aid you in that? And so with all that in mind, we set to work with the Washington Department of Health's Washington Tracking, which essentially is a portal for environmental public health data. It has hundreds of data sets available within it, but of particular interest to us, there are 19 indicators that have been assembled into 4 different categories. They're kind of listed here at the bottom: environmental exposures, environmental effects, socioeconomic factors, sensitive populations. And these indicators facilitate the comparison of communities, which in this case means census tracts, across Washington state with respects to various measures of environmental health disparities. And the 19 measures here can be examined kind of individually or collectively in groups at the census tract level across Washington state. And when examined all together, they create a kind of risk-based cumulative measure for environmental health disparities, communities at risk in particular for environmental health disparities. And that is what we are very much interested in aligning our efforts and using as our kind of due north in environmental justice efforts. And so this is kind of what the tracking network as a tool looks like in map form. And it's worth noting for every kind of indicator, census tracts are ranked on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the least impacted communities in blue in this case, and 10 being the most impacted in red. And each number kind of corresponds to 10% of the state's census tracts. So essentially it's a percentile ranking in relation to the indicators. And so using the Washington Tracking Network's cumulative environmental health disparity indicator, we set about mapping the location of our entire regulated community, which we're kind of fortunate enough to have a pretty good sense of who our regulated community and technical assistance kind of customers are. We then overlay the census tracts and their tracking network environmental health disparity score. And from here, we went about counting how many total facilities are located in communities at each environmental health disparity rank across the entire state. And so this gives us a distribution of how our regulated community is located across the statewide spectrum of environmental health disparity concerns. It also kind of gives us a clear look at the disproportionate burden our regulated community, our dangerous waste generators, pose to the most impacted communities in our state, which are the ranks 9 and 10 to the far right. You can see there's almost 40–50% of our regulated facilities are located in a community that's ranked 9 or 10 in terms of environmental health disparities. And so this is almost a clear illustration of the problem statement. But knowing how our regulated facilities are distributed, we then turn to how we've allocated our time and resources in visiting these facilities. So we kind of repeat the process of mapping our visits. This time it's the red dots, and overlaying the Washington Tracking Network scores and totaling the number of visits across the environmental health disparities ranks. And first look, it's encouraging that we don't have a disproportionately high number of visits to the kind of lowest area of concern. We seem to be visiting the high areas of concern a good amount. But in order to evaluate service equity, we compare the distributions of how we allocate our visits versus how our facilities are distributed across communities of concern. We aren't necessarily concerned with how many visits we make to kind of the various levels of concern, but rather what proportion of our visits are to areas of highest concern. So if we drop the tracking network's kind of red-blue based color scheme for a second and overlay the two distributions, we get what I think of as a sort of coverage map that compares our visits overlaid against kind of where all of our facilities are located. And with this sort of coverage map, you can see and evaluate our program's presence at each environmental health disparity level in proportion to the number of facilities or the amount of burden that exists at that level. And we have pretty clear guidance, again, from the landmark legislation that we should really start off by examining the areas that rank 9 and 10 in terms of environmental health disparities. And so this allows us to at least start scratching at quantitative measures of service equity in terms of health disparities. And so armed with kind of this newfound look back at our service equity, we set out to circle back to our business processes and examine where could we inform and empower staff in an effort to kind of move the equity needle to the right. And so we've really been experimenting with adding and injecting kind of relevant environmental justice information anywhere it could or may be used in decision-making processes. So we add it color-coded oftentimes in our report review tools for examining data that we receive from facilities. We create maps for the agency or internal kind of regions to examine their local kind of distributions and understand where and what concerns may be present in their area of operation. We do a lot of kind of decision matrices to help weigh priorities and really weigh our traditional program goals alongside some of the indications of environmental justice concerns. And with these efforts in place, we're now kind of tracking and evaluating some measure of service equity in our technical assistance efforts. And almost more importantly, exploring kind of additional or new questions like whether we actually are reaching the communities or individuals most at risk using these indicators, and how do we fine tune our program priorities to include things like service equity, and how could we be improving our efforts going forward, maybe through sort of different or maybe complementary approaches. And so that's been our journey up to this point. And I think it's an excellent point to then hand it off to Trevor, who will then present kind of a complementary approach. So Trevor, I'm happy to drive. I'll hand it over to you. And if I get lazy, please prod me.
I think you're on mute, Trevor.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
There we go.
Weird Zoom configuration. So thanks, Teague. Next slide. So in the vein of data-driven ideas, I'm going to spend my short amount of time considering the potential relevance for workforce demographic data. So I don't consider this groundbreaking or profound, but if you haven't thought about considering the workforce that we are trying to reach with pollution prevention activity, maybe this will provoke some thought. So the rationale is fairly simple. Where there is generation of hazardous waste, there are often workers in close proximity being exposed to that waste. And typically at higher levels, or very often at higher levels than we see in the community. So a worker health perspective is very consistent with prevention, exposure reduction, and pollution prevention activities, especially like safer alternatives, right? Workers are often the ones that benefit most and most immediately from such interventions. But from an equity perspective, we need to be cognizant that worker demographics are not evenly distributed across industry, right? The selection of different groups of people into different types of work is at least partially due to systemic oppression, like racism and sexism. And if when you look at labor market statistics, it's one of the clearest places we can identify inequities in our society, especially things like wages, but also hazardous working conditions. And there's readily available data on demographics by industry, including race, sex, education, et cetera. So it's really the combination of these two things. Workers are exposed, and these exposures might be unevenly distributed across our jurisdictions to different groups of people. I'm posing, and this is not new, but for those who haven't thought about it, we have an opportunity to be more intentional about how we allocate our resources, potentially to prioritize towards vulnerable or marginalized working populations. So next slide, Teague. So how could we use this? You could look at industry demographics to choose projects or industries to prioritize. We could, within an ongoing project, or if some campaign is already identified, you can compare demographics within a set of already identified industries. And then as Teague exemplified, you could also use things or this data to do retrospective evaluation of performance. So how often did we go to industries that we think are include vulnerable working populations? Next slide. So to get a little bit more tangible, we're trying to incorporate this information at King County when we do our technical assistance outreach. We, of course, are local and we're local government, and we're doing small quantity generators. So a big part of our work is finding customers, right? And so one thing we have done, and also I should note, we have a robust racial equity strategy. So we're often focused on race and ethnicity. So one thing we're doing is we're trying to take industry demographics, specifically in King County, looking at which industries have employ many BIPOC workers. So that's a way that we could think about which issues we might want to work on. Next slide. Or when we get a little bit closer to going into the field, we might combine such data with like data that has lists of businesses with addresses and industry classifications. So we're identifying specific businesses in King County that are in the industries that we are prioritizing with worker demographic information. Next slide. And then, of course, we could take this step further and link all kinds of other data that might be relevant to equity, including community level exposures like the EHD mapping tool. So we'd be identifying not only businesses by priority industries, but also ones that are specifically located in highly impacted or socially vulnerable neighborhoods. Next slide. So there's obviously, a data side of this conversation, which I've specifically sort of de-emphasized. But when we think of these data, industry is the common link typically. So NAICS have been mentioned. It's not an intuitive system sometimes, but if you want to think about workforces, you're going to probably have to spend some time thinking about NAICS, and those of us that are in the world of small quantity generators, it can be pretty challenging, but just throwing that out there. With respect to worker demographics, I would recommend the data source from the US Census Bureau called the Quarterly Workforce Indicators data set. It's the best I've found. It has fairly detailed industry codings up to 4-digit NAICS, and also is available by county, metro, and state all across the US. So reach out if you have questions about the data side of things. Next slide. And then we can skip this one, Teague, and close it up. So next slide. So a couple thoughts, Teague and I presented a couple examples of data sources and approaches that might help us incorporate equity into our consideration. We're basically, trying to be considering the potential beneficiaries of our pollution prevention work, both inside and outside of haz waste generators, right? And there's lots of ways that this information can be incorporated. Teague mentioned, the limitations of data-driven approaches, so I won't talk too much about that. We need to always be cognizant of that. I just want to point out, and Teague and I agree on this, often the most important result of these types of data-driven approaches are the conversations that happen around equity. It's a way to formally incorporate consideration of equity into work processes, and everybody has to stop, think about it, and think about whether we should be doing things differently or not. And of course, we're all fairly early in the journey. We need to be humble about that. EJ work has been going on for a while. Government is trying to catch up. And Teague talked about continuous improvement and all that, and creating something that's valuable. So I'll end on, I think if we're talking about data-driven approaches to truly be equitable, these need to be complemented with actual community participation, whether it's from ground truthing to co-creation. So that's an important thing to consider. I want to make sure folks aren't taking away that data-driven approaches are the silver bullet. So with that, I'll turn it over to Miles. Thanks.
Thanks, Trevor. Thanks, Teague. We'd actually have a couple questions that came in the chat, so I'll start on those. And if you have other questions, please be ready to chime up. I think Brittany, I hope it's okay. Since we started late, I'm hoping we can extend into that 12 o'clock a little bit, just so that we can also still cover Theodore's presentation. So, but first question is from John Katz, and I believe this is for you, Teague. How do you connect whether the emissions from facilities are correlated, if at all, to the health disparities that drive up the disparity scores?
That's a good question. There's certainly work in the area. However, one of the problems with the environmental health disparities measure is that it's so cumulative that it's pulling from a range of different measures. And so in the end, the impact that our facilities, that our regulated community have on the overarching environmental health disparities measure is probably minimal. However, it's still sort of maybe one of the best indications of where the surrounding community is under a disproportionate burden, and therefore probably still deserves the value of our services aimed and targeted at their community.
Great, thank you. Kelly Grant had a question, and this could be for both either of you. Are visits a good thing? Like you're adequately checking the facilities, or do most visits imply more violations or problems?
And given that this is our technical assistance program, it's usually a good thing, especially, that's my opinion at least. It's certainly, you run into kind of conflicting opinions when you get into compliance, but I would also argue that when it comes to compliance, the ultimate value of a compliance visit is a measure of behavior change. And you're seeing, hopefully, a force that is pushing for positive behavior change on the part of the facility. And I think that's always going to be a good thing for the surrounding community. I think there are some concerns about whether compliance on the facility is going to have impacts on the local owners or local employees. And I think that's a very important question, but I think overall it's good. Violations are a way to correct problematic and risky behaviors. And that's always a good thing for the surrounding communities in my book.
Great, thanks. Yeah, and just so folks know, I know I work with Teague on some of these TA visits, and the group that he's been talking about is completely non-enforcement technical assistance. So when we go out, it usually never leads to a penalty or violation, which is why we're using the data as we do. So let's see, we got maybe a minute or two for one or two more questions. I'll jump to Huckleberry Palmer's question real quick. It's about worker safety. How have we looked at how much or whether technical assistance site visits improve workplace safety? Is that something folks are looking into? And I don't know, maybe that's for Trevor.
I don't have an answer. I have not studied that question, but I do think that safer alternatives in my world, at least, is a good example. If the intervention is trying to move folks away from a clearly hazardous substance to something less hazardous, then the connection between improving work setting, exposure levels seems straightforward. But I think it's a good point. Do not all visits or technical assistance or interventions are created equal, and some are going to have bigger or less impacts, and the impacts will vary. But but I do think the argument is fairly strong for the safer alternatives type of intervention, at least.
Great, thanks. And one last question. This one's actually from Monica. How do we reduce the impacts that waste generators pose to our most impacted communities? And I know, I wonder if anyone wants to tackle that one. It's a big one. Tackle it in 30 seconds.
I'll give it a real quick one. That is the $1 million question. And, our staff are talented at coming up with answers. And I think really our work here is to prioritize those efforts according to the impacted communities, so that we're looking to do what we can where we can by prioritizing.
What I appreciate about that question is a reminder about what we're trying to do here. And it's hard for me to answer that, but that's the point. And again, this is I think both of the examples and data sources that Teague and I presented on are really modest, right? And it's just a first step. And so I appreciate Monica's reminder about what the heck we're trying to do here.
Great. Okay. Well, I think we'll move on. One just quick comment too. I work with Teague on some of this stuff, and just so folks know how it's actually playing out. We have folks do TA visits, typically getting in around 24 a year at a normal year. And so this has helped us prioritize going to facilities that are considered, of more impact sooner. So they could get a visit maybe 3 to 6 months earlier than they may have if we weren't considering this information. So in real ways, it's starting to help us at least prioritize. So with that said, Monica, if you want to introduce our next presenter.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? I think I'm unmuted. So our final presenter for this portion is Theodore Higgins with the City of Los Angeles. And Theodore is going to be speaking about the summary of the Industrial Waste Management Division's approach to meeting the needs of underserved communities through targeted outreach, P2, and regulatory assistance. Go ahead, Theodore.
Okay, I'm going to mute myself. Thank you, Monica and Miles, and truly a pleasure to be before you. I'm going to go fast. I know I don't have much time, but let me go ahead and share my screen.
We're running a little bit behind, but don't rush too much. We want to.
Oh, I'm going to rush. I'm going to rush. So give me a second. Can you guys see my slides now? At the beginning of the slides. You guys can see the slides, correct?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Theodore Higgins again, City of LA Sanitation, LA Sanitation and Environment. Before I start, I do want to acknowledge Pamela Bond. Pamela Bond is one of our bright spots in our division. She's an inspector, environmental compliance inspector, and she collaborated with me. And then also Michael Simpson, who's our division manager, who encouraged all of us from LA San to take part in this P2 roundtable. And so I'm grateful for this exposure. Just a brief about our department. LA San is the environmental utility for the City of Los Angeles. And we have a multiplicity of programs with 3,300 employees, including our solid resources program. That's, all of our trash collection, recycling programs, our clean water programs, which involves all of our, waste, clean water collection, conveyance, reclamation plants. We have our watershed protection program, and then our environmental quality programs. This has to do with improving the look and feel of the City of Los Angeles through making it more of a livable city. As you know, LA is a world-class, world-focused city. The Olympics are on their way to LA in 2028. So we have a lot of programs, and LA Sanitation as a leader is taking the lead in so many different programs, including environmental justice. With regards to our division, we are one of 28 divisions within LA San. And of course, we operate the city's EPA mandated pretreatment program. Just to be specific, we regulate the discharges from well over 16,000 industrial users within the City of Los Angeles through several inspection programs. And our mission is to, of course, protect treatment plants and reclamation plants and ensure the health, safety of the welfare of the public. We provide opportunities for biosolids reuse and provide opportunity for water reclamation. And so that's our mission within our division of LA Sanitation. I've been with LA San for 20 years now. LA is a very large city, 600 square miles of surface area, over 6,700 miles of sewer pipes, interceptors, and pumping stations. Of course, 4 reclamation plants, including the iconic Hyperion wastewater reclamation plant. We're not treating 400 million gallons per day at this point, but that's the capacity. And we also receive clean water from many jurisdictions, including 8 contract cities that we totally surround. Okay, again, this is some of our programs within our division, and a couple of programs I want to highlight is our LA industry program, and I'll talk more about that in our green chemistry program. But these are the program within our division that we operate. Our division is about 126 people when we're fully staffed. With regards to inspection programs, I lead our fats, oils, and grease program. We have an inventory of nearly 10,000 food service establishments. But we also have our SIU, Significant Industrial Users Group, our local industrial users programs, FOG, of course. We have a septic disposal program, citywide contract agencies, treatment plant response program of inspectors, and we have our dental offices, clinics, and groundwater programs. Okay, of course, SIUs are those that are subject to federal categorical pretreatment standards, such as platers. We have food processors, large dye houses, you name it, we have it. Refineries, we have large breweries. So those are considered our significant industrial users. These are facilities that are have a potential to significantly impact our conveyance system. Our LIU program is more of our smaller mom and pop. This represents about 6,000 or 7,000 permits of radiator shops, laundries, even buildings with cooling towers. We have inspectors who regulate these businesses. Of course, I mentioned our FOG program. Of course, we provide regulatory oversight of food service establishments. I'm going very fast, I know, Miles. We have a treatment plant response. This is where we, sometimes we have interference at our plants. We may have to send our inspectors out. We also have a night surveillance team where we may set up upstream and downstream of a business that we believe is discharging, and take enforcement action on these type of facilities. So that's part of our citywide program. We have, of course, we regulate all these dental offices for amalgam management, and with the new separator rules and things. All this is handled through our dental offices and clinics programs. We also have our groundwater program. This is more of a program where we're trying to, this is part of our sustainability, where we're trying to basically pair up groundwater use with a more, to reuse the groundwater. So this has to do with construction dewatering. We also have many of those, or bioremediation, brownfield remediation type processes throughout the city of Los Angeles. Okay, so this is our profile. Of course, the majority of our permits are food service establishments. But we also have, of course, dental. We are losing SIUs, unfortunately. We have seen some decline of people moving out of the city of Los Angeles, some of these legacy businesses that have been there for many years. And so I want to talk about now our LA industry program. This was under the vision of our division manager, Michael Simpson, about 2016, I believe. He created this program that was designed to help businesses become more sustainable, but also retain them in the city of Los Angeles. And part of that has been to demystify regulation, achieve sustainability through collaborative partnership. This is actually what we would consider an award-winning program. We've received recognition across the state and across the nation for the LA industry program, and we all play an active role in that program. One of the components of the LA industry program is a sector champions program. And what our division manager did was appoint key persons throughout our division to serve as sector specific champions. And that person's job is to maintain collaborative partnerships with businesses. So I serve also, even though I'm in the FOG program as a chief, I serve as our sector champion to our car wash industry. So my job is to maintain the conversation with car washers in the city of Los Angeles to help them, of course, become sustainable. We have a metal finishers, cannabis, microbrewery champions. We have others, I'm losing it, but laundry. We have about 8 or 9 different sector specific champions. And so as part of the LA Sands goal, LA Sand has a part of a broader City of LA New Green Deal goal is to incorporate environmental justice into all of our practices throughout LA Sand. And so this is a goal where we, one of the pieces of the goal is to improve environmental regulation, compliance, regulatory assistance, So this says we dedicate significant resources to conducting environmental compliance inspections. And so we're taking those inspectors and leveraging those relationships that they have with these businesses to incorporate EJ into the work we do. And so again, I mentioned LA industry. This has to do with the carrot and stick approach. And if I should have had images here, but of course the stick represents, a harsh blanket enforcement. And then also the carrot represents assistance, okay? And there are some in the regulatory community that see this as a conflict of interest. We don't. We've been very successful at implementing this carrot and stick approach to what we do. And so, of course, industrial users don't always feel comfortable talking to inspectors about problems they're experiencing. But like I said, we're leveraging those relationships we've had with businesses to offer assistance also, especially, and this was going on even before the pandemic, but at the onset of the pandemic, we had to refocus to not only help businesses stay in compliance, but also reopen. And so we have incorporated several strategies from many different sources, but why not the EPA? And so this is some information that we incorporated that came from a study the EPA did. Forgive me if I don't have the year, but there it is, cited down there. Improving industrial pretreatment success factors, challenges and project ideals, findings from EPA site visits to California, Indiana, Virginia. And so this is just some key takeaways that I want to lift here. Difficult to balance enforcement, education. A good working relationship is needed between pretreatment program and the industrial users to identify and solve discharge problems. Maintain the education and enforcement balance. Incorporate education into the strategy while preserving the enforcement component of the inspection. Provide general information on how to address compliance issues by way of education rather than making specific recommendations that can pose a problem later on if they don't work. So of course we're not consultants. We just we steer the IU to technical assistance. We have many technical assistance programs. I know some of our other presenters talked about that, but primarily through our LA Department of Water and Power, they have so many greening and efficient programs that we can kind of pair up with our IUs, okay, our inspectors. In addition to a typical inspection, a new educational component to each visit. More about that strategy, initiate a roundtable approach. So in part of our LA industry program, we've had so many symposiums and workshops. We've gone virtual with metal finisher symposiums to car wash summits to you name it. We're doing all this working outreach to these businesses. And one of the things we've done, we have developed industry-specific P2 options for our businesses. And many of them have taken many advantages of these. Okay, so this is a goal from LA Sand to incorporate environmental justice into our program. And I'm going to talk about this program that the city of LA has. It's called CUGU, which means Clean Up, Green Up. And so back in Earth Day 2016, the mayor of LA signed this into ordinance, the Clean Up, Green Up ordinance, and it established pilot, which is called supplemental use districts in the affected communities of Boyle Heights, Sun Valley, and Wilmington. These are what we consider EJ communities historically, but really there are more in LA, and this program has expanded to even other parts, South LA, we see the whole city now as the area that we need to help improve. And so these areas of the city of Los Angeles, we're talking about a very large city, Pacoima, Boyle Heights, and Wilmington, they all have certain areas, certain issues that they face as a disadvantaged communities that have overburdened with environmental issues, as noted in our California Enviro Screen. Higher levels of emissions from sources, and higher levels of asthma. All the same components that EJ communities face are there in these areas. And one of the things that came out of this ordinance was they created a position, the staff position that's parked in LA Sanitation to oversee this program. And so we very much support the efforts of our CUGU ombudsperson, environmental affairs officer. And so we've done a great deal of work since 2016. But all these areas have very specific demographics and also issues. Most of them air quality, whether they're close to freeways or a great deal of auto salvage yards. These are residential areas. Right in Park, has to do with lack of zoning issues that plagued the area back since turn of the century. And so these are very historical areas in the city of Los Angeles. And we also regulate businesses in these areas. Our inspectors do within industrial waste. So in Boyle Heights, of course, this is more East LA. Of course, Sun Valley has a great deal of dismantled yards are still there, and higher rates of asthma. Wilmington has a lot of refineries. The ports of LA are there. The trains, you name it, are there in Wilmington, and people living right in the midst of all these different issues. But air quality is primarily the main issue. Okay, so our involvement is in industrial waste management divisions. We actually initiated the first EJ work plan, but this plan has grown to the LA Sandwide program that's very vast. It has to do with climate change and tree planting to educational outreach, school, reaching out to kids and things like that. But the initial plan was drafted within our division of LA Sanitation under the leadership of our division manager, Michael Simpson. And so this plan, our piece of this plan had to do with performing environmental compliance inspections and incorporating an EJ component into our regular routine inspections. And so typically when we revise our inspection checklist to add questions that guided our inspectors and what relevant questions to ask during our inspections. And with that information, the inspector can make referrals. We've worked with our air quality management district here in Southern California, the SCAQMD. We've had trainings, we've had cross training with our inspectors, and AQMD came and trained our inspectors to know not to have the authority to cite air quality violations, but also just to make a recommendation. Okay, our inspectors, we built quality inspectors through cross training with other agencies to make sure that we can cite or at least note during our visits and make referrals, but also offer assistance to the business to help them correct these issues. And so I know you may not be able to see this. This is just a workflow of how we conduct our CUGU inspections, we call them, cleanup greenup inspections. And we go out and we complete the checklist. There are issues, there are no compliance issues on the left here. Then we just note, we have performance measures that we track. Of course, our performance and our note tout our successes. And if there is non-compliance issues, we complete a service request. Most of them have to do with livability issues, encampments of unsheltered Angelenos or graffiti, those type of, broken sidewalks, those type of issues that come up with our businesses. And so we make the referral to the appropriate city agency through our 311 service request program. And then they take the follow-up actions. Many times in these disadvantaged communities, the residents or the business owners don't want to say anything about some of these issues, but they will tell our inspector, and our inspector, they would prefer you make that referral for them. Let me keep going. So this is just some data. I'm going to wrap it up here, but we have some data from, this is a little bit older data, but this is consistent with the more recent years. But this has to do with some of these targeted CUGU inspections that we have done. Yep. We've had to do some work for other agencies that come and ask us, or through council motions, they ask LA San to look at, emissions, air quality emissions in certain areas, Chrome 6 emissions. So we've used our inspection resources to go out and create, gather data. And so we've had certain types of inspections. So what you see here, routine inspections, these are routine inspections where we go out. Canvassing is a part of our program where we consolidate lists from several sources, the yellow pages, during our audits from the EPA, they want to know how are you ensuring that, you have control of all your businesses. So we perform canvassing. Our inspectors go out, walk in the door and look and see what's going on, determine if they need a discharge permit, industrial waste permit. But we see that as an opportunity also to do an enhanced inspection where we look into the business and see if there's any other issues, and we'll make a referral. So these are just some numbers. We have much data to show. This is just an example of our inspection forms that we use, that we've looked at, and our inspectors fill these out, and this is all tracked, and we can query this information. These are some of our performance measures. Number of facilities audited in CUGU areas, number of companies that document implementation of BMPs, number of permits issued, number of enforcement actions taken by regulatory agencies against non-compliant companies, and number of referrals made to agencies. So these are some of our performance measures that we track. We have others, but I showed some pictures here of some of the livability issues that still go on, of course, in a city like Los Angeles, that we have to address. I'm getting there, Miles. Okay, I'm almost done. Okay, so with the onset of the pandemic, of course, many of our businesses, particularly our FSCs, our restaurants, literally closed. Okay, so we still have to maintain, per water board, our program, of course. But when it became part of our time to reopen, we had to. Many of them looked at our inspectors as resources to help them, and so the mayor, from the mayor's office down, we've created a resource guide, a COVID-19 resource guide that had matrices in there that can point the business owner to what resources are available. Many are grants, anything from grants to nonprofit assistance to government grants to regulatory assistance. And so many of our businesses took advantage of it. So what we did, we took our inspectors, a group of our inspectors anyway, and created this, we call it our BART team, Business Assistance Reopening Team. And this team actually, through telephone contact or even in person, initiated contact. They formed programs that assist small businesses. Okay, they created a roadmap to our customers to navigate the permitting process and connected businesses with technical and financial assistance service providers. And we have some success stories where some of our auto body shops took advantage of certain grants, were able to get their place cleaned up. So we like to tout our success story and our quick wins like any other program. So all that's available on our website. A couple of more slides here. Again, I mentioned we did cross training, and we continue to create a cross training online training so that our inspectors and we have staff turnover. Many have retired. We bring in new people. We want them to be well versed in noting violations and things like that from other agency that will fall under another agency or another jurisdiction within the area. This is our last piece here. We have a again, Billy, we created a environmental compliance inspector. We call it our rotation program, but it's actually called, the long name is the Environmental Compliance Inspector Professional Development and Work Exposure Program. This has to do with all of LA Sands inspectors, where we rotate inspectors throughout our different departments so they can become train and also provide them with leadership development opportunities to go sit before the Board of Public Works, to giving them exposures in different businesses. And these are all part of building quality inspectors within LA Sand. So that concludes my slides. I hope you guys got something out of it. Thank you.
Yeah, that was great, Theodore. Thank you so much.
I don't think I've ever talked that fast in my life.
You did great. We started about 10 minutes late, so we're doing pretty good on time. Okay. So I just want to let everyone know we're eating into the lunchtime hour, so please feel free to drop off now. If you'll stick around, Theodore, just for a minute or two, we maybe have one or two questions we can bug you with. But again, thank you all for joining. I just want to give special thanks to Alex Berlecci and Stephanie Young, who also were supporting the session. And if you have questions, I'm sure these slides will go out and we can provide contact info for the presenters if you want to reach out. So thank you all very much, and stick around if you want to ask Theodore a question or two. So okay, so Theodore, quick question for you. I know you focused on three communities. How did you all go about selecting those three specifically?
Well, that was done by the city of Los Angeles, those districts. That, like I said, Cali Viral Screen was the, I know one of your other presenters mentioned Cali Viral Screen. That's a online tool, I believe, managed by, I know it's managed by the state of California. I'm not sure the department, but we use that. If you look at that area, those areas are very red, meaning they have overburden of air quality issues, crime. There's many layers of Cali Viral Screen that could show that these are more challenged areas. And so those are the areas that the city decided to use initially, those Kugu areas. But like I said, we have, and I'm going to slide to that slide, we have incorporated more areas, this area in particular, South LA. People all over the nation hear about South LA, South Central LA is the worst area in LA, but those areas are being totally gentrified. And also, we don't say disadvantaged communities, we say rising communities. And so these are rising communities that are being cleaned up, not just to kick businesses out, but these businesses are being greened and also becoming team players, community players within the community. So all that's taking place in LA. You see it We do have of course, probably a worldwide known issue with, unsheltered Angelenos. But other than that, these areas are, the city of LA is committed to improving the quality of life for all Angelenos. Or LA San is, I'm sorry.
Great. And I had one more question, then if anyone has anything else. You mentioned specific questions that you included in your checklists that were geared towards EJ. Could you just maybe touch on one or two of them just to kind of give
So again, we created a Kugu checklist that has questions very specific to air, land, and water issues. So the issues that we ask our businesses are there any air quality issues, water issues, it could be storm drain, people dumping coolant into the right into the curb, to the business next door emitting something, odors, whatever it could be, air, land, and water. So if it's, most of the land issues are, like I said, encampments or in these areas, or it could be, parking vehicles. In LA, and sometimes at nighttime, people come and set up street vending. Street vending is not illegal in the city of Los Angeles. I want to say that I don't want to cast any aspersions on that type of effort, but you see the food truck movement, all these different things take place. And many times I've responded with my fog inspectors to a lot of grease spillage and things like that. So those are we added that to our checklist to note that, and then we could make the proper referral to the proper city or other agency outside the city.
Awesome, thank you. Any questions for Theodore? Or anyone else on the line? I think we can do one and then we should probably break.
Again,
okay,
I want to acknowledge Pamela LeBon. I keep saying LeBon. Pamela Bond. She probably beat me up if I didn't acknowledge her, but no, she wouldn't. She's a bright spot in our division. I want to thank Pamela for prodding me to get into this and doing this, and also Michael Simpson, our division manager. Thank you guys for your time.
Yeah, thank you, Theodore. And Monica, thank you for support, and for all the presenters. This was a great session. And if anyone has any questions, again, feel free to reach out. One thing I will plug is that, we incorporated environmental justice considerations into some of the dry cleaner projects that folks have done, not only with ecology, but with King County, Has Waste, and then additionally with California's CARB program. We'll be talking about that, I think, next week on Thursday. So if you're interested in hearing how things got incorporated there, please check in. So, but thanks again, and I'll hand it back to you, Brittany.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miles and Monica. So we will be taking a break now for lunch, very quick lunch. So we'll be back at 12:30 for pandemic, sustainability, and healthy buildings. We'll see you all then. All right, everyone, welcome back. Up next, we have the pandemic, sustainability, and healthy buildings facilitated by Gail Suzuki-Jones. Gail, I'll hand it off to you now.
Mahalo and aloha, and welcome from the state of Hawaii. We are happy to be here today joining you at the P2 West, Inspiration, Innovation, and Implementation. We have a couple of esteemed panelists that will be addressing the pandemic, sustainability, and healthy buildings. This session is going to answer some of these key questions, and the presenters will be covering frameworks and short-term and innovative strategies, as well as long-term ones, to safely assist us as we return to work in whatever environment we return to. They'll also be talking about some case studies on how the WELL building standard contributes to improved indoor environmental quality. And so these are the speakers that will be joining us here today. Philip Camp is principal of Hierarchy, an architectural firm in Hawaii and LA, and they focus on sustainable solutions to the built environment. He's not only an AIA architect, but he's certified in LEED, WELL, as well as being a CEM, Certified Energy Manager. And then next will be Manfred Zabka, and Dr. Zabka is an engineer specializing in sustainable solutions, He is also a board certified indoor environmental quality consultant and an expert in creating physical wellness in spaces. And I'm also here as your moderator today from the Hawaii State Energy Office and the Hawaii Green Business Program. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it back and hand it over to Phil. If you have any questions, please feel free to put it in chat and we'll address them as we go along and at the end of the session as well. Mahalo.
Thanks, Gail. Thanks for that introduction. Hopefully everybody's able to see the screen with the Healthy Buildings Workplace. Is that the case? Fantastic. Well, let's just dive right into it. A little bit about who we are and what our firm does. Gail mentioned a bit. I'm Phil Camp, principal of Hierarchy LLP. We have offices in LA as well as Honolulu. Quite a bit of experience. We primarily focus on large-scale mixed-use and civic institutional projects. As Gail mentioned, we have lead APs, well APs, and CEMs on staff. And we're also the first to bring an actual LEED Platinum TOD project to the state of Hawaii. And then we just recently completed the first well health and safety rated project in the state of Hawaii. This is just a couple of samples of some of our prior projects. And really, before we jump into the case studies and the efforts of the Healthy Building Initiative, sorry about that. I want to start and set the table with really what sets the premise for everything that we do with regards to healthy building and healthy design within the workplace. And that's really the 330-300 rule. It's not a rule we came up with as a firm. It's been around for decades. And it's really, this sets the ground rules for how we focus and look for health and wellness initiatives within the workplace. So the basic premise of the 330-300 rule, this is a national average, obviously not specific to Honolulu or any specific jurisdiction, but the thought being you spend about $3 a square foot for utilities in an office space, $30 a square foot for rent, but by far and away, the greatest expense and by far and away the most important part of any business are the people. So you know, if you're spending $300 a square foot on payroll, clearly if you're going to turn a knob and try and improve something, it's the people that you want to help. We're definitely bullish on conserving energy and reducing utility costs, and that's great. And if you can crank that knob on the $3 a square foot component, that's great. But just imagine if you can, improve the $300 number, it starts to make real economic sense. So that's kind of the gist of how we look at any health and wellness initiative within the built environment, certainly within the office environment, because it's really the people we're trying to benefit, and that there's very, very real economic benefit to that initiative. So how do we go about and tackle, workplace wellness and productivity retrofits? Usually we start by an assessment. So if it's a pre-existing office space, we'll try and meet and work with that existing team, find out what kind of pain points they have within their existing office space. And or if they're planning on building a new headquarters or a new campus, we'll meet with them and find out what their issues are currently. Sometimes it's thermal comfort, maybe it's acoustics. There's all kinds of issues that may reduce workplace productivity. So we try and find that out first. And then working with partners such as Dr. Manfred Zapka, and you'll hear from him a little later, we try and assess the economic return on that. So if we can understand how many sick days may be caused, for instance, from an unhealthy building or a sick building syndrome, there's a real economic impact there. So if we can look at what the primary concerns are right now, maybe there's a lot of glare in certain parts of an office complex, might lead to migraines and the like, or sick days, or people not being able to focus or concentrate. We try and extrapolate what that economic assessment is, and then we do a cost analysis to try and project that forward. So we can say, hey, if we can improve these pain points and reduce these issues, very straightforward physiological impacts. If it's too loud, people aren't able to focus. There is a real cost analysis there that can point to an economic return. And then obviously the fun part for us as architects is the design and implementation. So how do we go after and tackle that? That's really the final part. And that's where all of that assessment and analysis turns into a bricks and sticks solution. So as Gail mentioned, we'll jump into a couple things. We don't want to necessarily focus entirely on well certification. We do have one of the projects in the case study that will talk about the well certification process, actually specific to the pandemic and their health and safety rating. But in general, we want to talk about designing for health and wellness. So I think while the 330-300 really sets a table for the economic returns, the reality of why it's so important to think about health and wellness in the built environment is that we spend so much time indoors. So there's a 2001 Lawrence Berkeley Labs study on human activity patterns. It is a large base study. And, I think if we just look at certainly within the built sector, professional environment, most of us can quickly recognize that we do spend nearly 90% of our time indoors. So if you're spending that much time within the built environment, it goes to prove that clearly where you spend your time is going to affect your health and wellness. And then we try to look at things that are the triple bottom line. So it's not just about the economic return, but there's environmental benefits for sure if we can reduce energy or reduce the strain on the environment. And then there's an equity and social benefit as well. If we can really create places that improve the user experience, allow people to meet and work together, I think there's a huge benefit to the office place bottom line as well. So those are all parts of the sustainable design effort. So the economic one we mentioned, the kind of 330-300 rule, environmental, really indoor environment is where we're going to focus today. And then the equity, just trying to find places and ways to improve that user experience through design. So I always like to share this slide since the pandemic, it was when we started in March 2020. These kinds of initiatives, we were sharing these thoughts and efforts well before the pandemic. So if you look at the well standard as a building initiative, I believe that was launched in 2014. So long before the pandemic, and they were promoting these things, right? Enhanced cleaning protocol, work from home, hand washing, and increase ventilation filtration. And while I don't think anybody's hoping that we're going to be wearing masks for the rest of our professional careers or wiping down every single item in the office place, a lot of these things make good sense. They make good sense before the pandemic, certainly make good sense now, and they'll make good sense long after. So when we were maybe 5 years ago, when we talk about increased ventilation and filtration, people would raise their eyebrows, and sometimes that's seen at odds with energy reduction. Because if you're increasing outside air, increasing ventilation rates, you're obviously turning up your HVAC equipment. It's burning a little bit more energy. So that's that kind of equation. If you're worried about the $3 a square foot factor, you may lose sight on the real prize, which is the $300 square foot factor. So if you can increase people's productivity and health and wellness through increased ventilation, it stands to prove that probably worth a little bit of loss of efficiency in the energy side of the equation. So this slide kind of takes us to the discussion about the health and wellness and the impacts that the pandemic has brought to light. So I mentioned earlier, the Well Building Institute launched in 2014. So these standards and efforts and initiatives to increase health and wellness within the built environment have been around for a long time, but it wasn't until the pandemic happened that it was really able to shine a very bright light on the benefits. So again, not saying we all wear masks for the rest of our professional careers, but if you look at the data that came out just from straight basic influenza, it almost fell off the radar, right, during the pandemic. And that's primarily due to the mitigation measures that we're taking in light of COVID. So, if we can come back to, or start moving into quote unquote new normal, but retain some of those practices, whether it's increased air filtration, ventilation, or just standard hygiene, hand washing practices, and staying home when people are sick, we probably can cut down these huge spikes that we would see year after year after year. And again, if you're looking at that from a sick day, time loss at work, there's a very real economic return there. if we can keep our people healthier, more active, and more productive at work, that clearly is going to affect our bottom line in the built workplace. So what's changed as we talk about this as we move forward and start looking at these case studies? Again, the pandemic clearly increased shared awareness. So people are starting to think about it. I shared this story with Manfred, who you'll hear from in a little bit. Just a couple of years ago, we talked about some of these initiatives or practices with our clients, and they really look at us cross-eyed, like, well, why do you want to incentivize hand washing, or why do you want to increase air filtration? It's the pandemic that's really turned that light on. So people are more eager to invest in other people as well. So there's so much that's happened in the last year and a half that really has allowed us to share this narrative, and people are really listening. So it's a good thing. And hopefully, if there's one thing we can take away and have a silver lining out of this pandemic, is if we can make some good positive changes moving forward, both in design and just how we treat each other. So we'll talk a little bit about the WELL initiative. Again, this is not the only initiative out there. There's tons of initiatives that focus on the people, but for those of you in the built environment, design, architectural and engineering realms, you're probably familiar with LEED. If LEED is the sort of certification process that you're familiar with, we typically say LEED focuses on the bricks and sticks of the building, and then you're probably going to hone in more on energy benefits, whereas the WELL certification process focuses more on actual humans, the occupants within the building. The leader of WELL, or the founding member of WELL, was Rick Fedrizzi. So he was the head of LEED in the US GBC before moving on to initiate the WELL practice. So very common, you have similar practices where you're pursuing different levels of certification, silver, gold, and platinum, and so on and so forth. One big difference with the WELL certification was it typically requires continued maintenance. And the simple example is making sure you're, say, the filtration perspective. If you're not keeping those filters clean after the first year or second year, that certification should no longer stay with you, right? So you come back and monitor and check to make sure that you are indeed checking filters and keeping that air quality up to par with the WELL standards. We'll dive into it a little bit. The last thing here is this, the WELL health and safety rating. That was specifically initiated during the pandemic in response to COVID. So it's a little different than the full WELL certification process. And it's really geared towards existing buildings looking to increase their health and safety as people come back into the workforce, into the built environment. So the 10 concepts of WELL: air, water, nourishment, light, movement, thermal comfort, sound, materials, mind, and community, all are specifically focused, again, on the occupants within the building. So I'm not going to dive into all the credits for each concept, but suffice it to say that the primary difference is that it's focusing on the people as opposed to the building itself. So one of the big things we look at from a building engineering and systems perspective is the indoor air quality. Again, this made lots of good sense before the pandemic. It's certainly going to make good sense after. So however we can effectively improve indoor air quality, we always trying to look at it. And again, that's somewhat at odds with the energy conservation perspective. So we're not trying to just burn energy, but where we can get more air exchanges, more air movement, and then filter that air. So it takes a little more energy for sure to push air through a higher level of filtration, but the benefits of clean filtered air, in our opinion, certainly outweigh the minimal uptick in energy costs. So there's good data out there that can point to sick leave and sick days, employee absenteeism, and how that can be improved with more fresh air, and then productivity and health and well-being in general. And we've all been there, right? If you've been in a dark, dank workspace versus a space that has a lot of good filtration or natural daylight, you just feel better in those spaces. So improved air quality is certainly something that we focus on. So I was going to, I think, now pivot to our case study. So there's two projects we wanted to walk through, and they're both commercial office spaces. This first one, the Haole Maloa Foundation, was an office renovation. This actually predated the well certification process. So this is not well certified. It is a LEED Platinum project, however. So even at that time in 2010, when we're focusing on LEED principles, like being more focused on the building energy efficiency, we absolutely were focused on the user experience. As designers, that's what we always look for, is how can we improve the user experience? So the health and wellness of the occupants within the space. So one of the things we tackled right up front was improved air quality. So we're a bit hamstrung on this project because we could not retrofit the existing building main HVAC system, but what we could do was reduce the heat loading within the space by improving the glazing. So it had some old 3/16" non-performance glazing. We're able to find a glass product that worked with the historic windows and had a huge benefit to reducing heat gain. So by reducing the heat gain, we're able to reduce the loading on the HVAC. So instead of just cranking that HVAC to chill down a space that was getting superheated, now we had some additional reserve to increase the filtration and keep that space just as cool with the same amount of energy expenditure by reducing the heat loading of the glass. And then to increase the air ventilation, we added some ceiling fans, pretty low threshold there to make that happen, but it certainly helps by moving air through the space. And while this was not a well-certified project, as I mentioned, we have constant contact with this client to this day. We tour people through this space here in Honolulu, usually on an annual basis, and they constantly let us know that they're able to recognize the reduced amount of sick days for their employees within the space. So unique to this space, actually, which is part of the reason we're able to share this information, is they occupied the space before the renovation, and then they still occupy it after. So the data they have and the feedback that they got from their people is very great. So it's not as if they moved into the space and never occupied it previously. The other thing we try to focus on here in this renovation was enhanced daylight access. So prior to our renovation, the space was pretty dark. All the walls perpendicular to the existing exterior windows were solid, almost without fail. So unless you're in one of the perimeter offices and you're inside the space, you didn't get any of that natural daylight. So we kind of flipped that narrative on its head. Any of the perpendicular walls, we replaced with eco resin, so it's a sustainable eco resin. But most importantly, it allowed that natural daylight to penetrate deep into the space. And then we took another measure here, and it's a little hard to see. I don't know if you could see my cursor here, but this is one of our conference rooms in the space adjacent to that exterior glazing that you can see. We added some of that eco resin on top of this trellis, so we could actually bounce the daylight off the top of that conference room even further in the space. So that did two things. Again, increased the amount of natural daylight into the space, and then it allowed us to accentuate the existing historical ceiling. So in this retrofit, we kept everything above these capitals because that was part of the historic original space, and then we retrofitted everything down from there. So we tried to highlight some of that innate history and get natural daylight further into the space. And then the third thing we tackled here was enhanced hand washing and personal hygiene. So all the restrooms are completely upgraded. While this did predate well, all the sinks meet well standard requirements. A little funny story here. It's maybe it wasn't a huge bar, a high bar for us to increase this. The pre-existing men's restroom in this space, actually there was a water closet, and the sink for the men's was in the kitchenette. So they actually have to go into the kitchenette to use the sink. So obviously we fixed that. We completely gutted and redid both restrooms. So certainly encouraging good hygiene in the space. So the second case study that we kind of wanted to share with everyone is the American Savings Bank campus. This is a project just wrapped up in 2020. It's a Class A office campus building for the American Savings Bank here locally in Honolulu. And while this did not initially pursue well certification, When the pandemic came upon us, the C-suite individuals at the bank reached back to us and said, hey, what can we do to make our place even safer? So it already was a brand new building and it was already state of the art, but there was a lot of things we were able to pivot and increase that really helped the health and wellness of the building. So we'll try and focus on that. And this was the project I mentioned earlier that gained the first WELL health and safety rating in the state of Hawaii. So one of the things we looked at initially, and I think we always do for health and wellness within office spaces, is improving the indoor air quality. As I mentioned, that existing building was new and it already had a fantastic ability to increase the outside air supply, and there was redundancy within the system. So they had reserve capacity to ramp up that HVAC to get more air exchanges within the space. And then we went through the existing system, and because of that capacity, we were able to change out all the MERV 8 filters with MERV 13 filters, so a higher level of filtration throughout the entire office space. And because of the HVAC's capacity and the pre-existing outside air, we didn't have any trouble dealing with that increased filtration. The building already was, an HVAC system already was retrofitted with UVC lights throughout to kind of tackle bacteria and mold spores. We did have some GPS modular ionization units, primarily initially installed only on level 7 of the building, which is where they would have meeting rooms and kind of a break room where they would have some food service. So the idea initially, upon construction and design, those ionization units were really there to capture particulates in the HVAC on those food service kind of levels. So what we did during the pandemic is we added those ionization units throughout the building. And for those of you aren't familiar with the ionization units, basically all it does is charge particles within the HVAC ducts, allows them to coagulate. They get bigger and they get trapped more readily in the filter. So it's a pretty straightforward process and pretty easy for retrofit. They're really tiny units to get installed in the ducts. One of the feature elements on the ASB project is the access to daylight. So this one was not a retrofit that we did. This was baked into the original design. It was a huge component of the design. And again, while they didn't pursue WELL certification, this was a very big feature of the project. So we utilized the View Dynamic Glass product. And for those of you who aren't familiar with the View Glass product, it's a photo-optic glazing. As the sun moves around a building, it can tint and shade itself. So, unfortunately, you see all these a lot of Class A office buildings, and you have these fantastic views, whether it's downtown Honolulu or LA, and then there's window shades everywhere because there's too much glare. And so you lose these great views because there's too much glare, people are blocking it. So the View Glass is a pretty interesting product. It's a smart product, so the sun moves around the building, it's able to tint and shade itself. So everybody, wherever you are on the floor plate, you always have exterior access. You can see outside. So huge benefits there. The very real physiological benefits, improving the circadian rhythm, helps with improved sleep, and really just the best benefit is improved moods and mental health. So people love working there, and we've heard that from everybody from the C-suite all the way down to people that have just been recently hired. You can see the difference when compared to the place they just moved from their prior workplace. And this was a unique implementation. This is really, we give credit to our interior team, ZGF, that was on this project. They're a really great design group out of Portland. And they're really the shepherds of this effort. So this increased vertical circulation, again, this was part of the original design baked into it, but very intentional for two reasons. American Savings Bank was trying to consolidate their entire campus of nearly 600 people that were spread all throughout Oahu to downtown Honolulu in one central location. So this circulation effort was really intended to create opportunity for what we were calling chance collisions, right? So if you have the accounting division versus or the loans department on a different floor, they would be able to intermingle and connect by using the stairs. So that was a very intended initiative to really allow and create spaces throughout the office building to make it equitable and allow people to interact, deal with the C-suite people. They might not ever see them typically because they're not even in the same building. So now they have this opportunity to run into the CEO or CFO and talk to them. And then the other very real benefit from a health and wellness perspective is with this increased vertical circulation, enhanced circulation, people are using the stairs. So it's a benefit to their health and wellness right out of the gates. And again, it's another one where we've had follow-up and feedback from people where I've talked to them, subsequent to the construction of the project, and they love it. They run into people all the time. It's actually doing what it's intended to do. And from a design and office space concept, this is a little unique in that, you think about it, you're taking Class A office space and turning it over to circulation, and it's secondary circulation. It's not primary code required egress circulation. And the dynamics of that, if you're looking at just the initial bottom line cost, you're literally taking away rentable square footage, but the benefits to the people within, which is their employees and their team, is tremendous. So when you see the realization of this actually occurring, people actually benefiting from both from a health and wellness perspective, as well as the ability to interact with the rest of their divisions, it really starts to pay for itself quickly. So kind of a wrap. And again, I don't want to try and sell this as just a well presentation, because it's not well specifically. This is really, we're just talking about health and wellness within the built environment and how we can make it safer and more productive. So whether it's well certified or not, when you're talking about improving health and wellness in the office, you're looking at improving the environment. There is an absolute return on investment here. While it's a little clearer when you're talking about bricks and sticks and energy conservation, obviously you can go get your local cost of energy in kilowatts and see how much the new lighting retrofit will save, or the new HVAC system will save on energy. The return on investment here, if you can say just reduce the amount of sick days, for instance, on your workforce, just 2%. I mean, that's a huge benefit. It's an absolute return on investment. And it helps with communications if you're really thinking about that user experience. Similarly, if you can increase productivity, people are more attentive, more engaged when they're at the workspace. You can imagine how much that would help. And then a big one, especially right now, as we're dealing with all the issues that we have in our workplace and in society in general, is improve employee satisfaction and retention. So I don't know if any of you out there are looking to hire new people or keep the existing talented staff that you have. It's a tough road to hoe as an employer and business owner. So if you can create a space that really is inviting, safe, healthy, and really encourages people to do good things and feel safe when they're there, and encourage interaction and connectivity, I think it's just a win-win for everybody. And I think that wraps us up, Gail. So should I pass it over to Manfred? I'll stop sharing.
Well, thank you. Yeah, okay, let me just share my screen here. Well, thank you so much. And okay, so thank you very much for having us, and I will try to speed it up a little bit so that we can have some time for possibly some question at the end. So my name is Manfred Zapka. I'm a co-founder of Great Places and Spaces, and our company is technology advisors for and leadership coaches for healthy and productive environments. We have offices in Hawaii and Nevada, and we actually help creating better workplaces through three things. First of all, would be discovery, what creates suboptimal workplaces through assessment, facility audits, engagement. So we actually are getting close to the people who actually have to endure the conditions indoors. Then we strategize. We help companies and building owners to stratify, identify, and budget best solutions. And the last one, of course, is like specific project scope. and to identify and just realize the whole project. So our vision is that every person needs a place for living, work, and play which is healthy, safe, and productive. And we actually, in our experience, is that right now, it creates a competitive advantage. And the competitive advantage is both to building owners and also the companies. And we also have a particular view on this, that is that smart combination of good physical and psychological workplace is actually the winning formula in creating a healthy and productive workplace. And as Phil already mentioned, like we spend a lot of time, at the workplace. So it's imperative, for everybody to keep us safe and healthy, so that actually we can be productive and live up to our biggest potential. We believe that people are not single dimensional, so they are multidimensional beings. And that is actually Phyllis. She will also have be able to answer some question at the end. We believe that this body, mind, and spirit has to be balanced. And our approach is to create an ideal workplace by optimizing the balance of the physical and psychological conditions. And we have created what we call My Ideal Workplace, a roadmap. And you see here, this is actually our trademark. And you see on the horizontal axis, the physical workspace. On the vertical aspect is the work culture. And that's actually that you cannot only create healthy and productive and safe workplaces by only the physical dimension. You also have to think about workplace culture, the psychological component. You see here, I defined it as 4 quadrants. The first one, the lower one, get out of here, where actually the physical workplace and the workplace culture is not really optimal. And you see then the other quadrants complementing, and everybody should actually try to create conditions we would then be in quadrant 4. So if we look a little bit forward, where, as we said, we want to make the improving both the physical and psychological workplace. The improvement of the physical aspects of the workplace is health and safety. And what we have to do is we have to look at indoor air quality, ventilation, thermal health, noise. We actually have to look also on the lighting, day lighting, biophilia and views, safety, security, and moisture control. And Phil already suggests some of these things are just in the well certification. So, but we also have to look at improvement of the psychological aspect of the workplace. And that actually is right now the corporate culture. And in this one, we have to look at the value of the organization, the trust-based leadership. We have to provide, that people can actually see the meaning and purpose of work, and they should feel psychologically safe. You have a good work-life balance and recognition and other things. So our company has created what we call a workplace ROI. So we actually take all these different elements together, and we can create an ideal workplace solution for the particular company. And so we can also calculate the best ROI. Okay. So right now I think, what are the benefits and avoided costs? Actually, we first have the productivity, and these are actually psychological conditions which can hamper and promote important cognitive function. Sorry, yeah. So we actually looking at some illustrative examples, and again, these are just taken out of an increasing body of research. If we improve the ventilation, we can actually, with an average salary, we can predict that actually the improved ventilation might go up as high as $6,500 per employee per year. Excessive noise, if you reduce that, actually is also noise is a pretty big aspect when people are getting annoyed and cannot really concentrate, would be 6,000. Inadequate thermal health is 5,000. And again, these are average things, and you can actually calculate it, whatever you have the specific situation. Then we have lowering health-related costs that actually as a company could have better conditions for the health insurance, reduced absenteeism and presenteeism, about $1,000 per employee per year. By the way, absenteeism, everybody understands that. Presenteeism is when people are actually present in the workplace, but only in body, not in mind. So that's actually, they're not away, but they are away. So then on the other side, which is not really related to the physical aspect, is retaining and attracting valuable talent. And here you actually have, these are costs for hiring, training, etc. of new employees. And just having just some benchmarks here, 30 to 40% of yearly salary would it cost to replace entry-level employees, 100 to 150, mid-level employees, and it can be as high as 300 for highly skilled employees. So we are speaking about serious money if actually people would leave. And people actually leave in a combination of things. They leave for corporate culture, how they actually treat it, but they also leave in terms of what they experience in terms of the physical environment. And right now, just if you go through that, the big resignation, everybody hears about, is actually that we used to have about 10% turnover rate. It is, of course, industry dependent. And right now, it's been accelerating amazingly. Like we said, about 40% of the employees right now, they consider to move to other jobs and to quit. It's just unprecedented. And in Forbes was an article that about 20% of executive level, consider just changing jobs. So why is that important? So we right now, if you look at the benefits, it's mostly on the company side. There you have the company leadership, you have the HR department employees, and on the other side, you have the building owner and management. So what we have, the split incentives, which I actually experienced a lot when we made energy efficiency projects. Then the owner says, hey, what is actually my incentive of spending all that kind of money? So it is actually distributed for companies, like the main cost is of doing business is people and payroll, and very little, for instance, for energy. But on the other side, the facility, person, the benefits would be very much to increase energy use, for instance, for the common areas, because energy savings equals to an increase in net operating income and also cap rate. And just to say, this is not necessarily for owner-occupied, buildings, and because they actually have the ownership and occupancy, very close, at least, if you have over 51%. So, but this is the general tendency here. We should overcome the split incentive by actually creating multidisciplinary teams so that the company leadership can speak better to the facility owner. So they have they can, take advantage of the benefits. And benefits, for instance, on the building owner operator side is they increase the competitive advantage. Right now, we have a lot of vacancies in offices. It's actually shocking. If they have better communication and better situation for the tenants, they can attract more quality tenants, and they can compensate also for suboptimal locations. So when we go further, Phil already spoke about the different certification things, and you see here that there are a couple of them. I just noticed three. WELL actually was longer, and FitWell is something from the government. FitWell is much less expensive than WELL, although WELL is much more, goes much more into details. And both actually have their origins in green building. And on the right side, you have something which is called Reset, comes from China, and they're more performance-based. And the performance-based means you don't necessarily have a prescriptive path where you get points in fulfilling each kind of criterion, but you actually look at the performance with sense and all kinds of stuff. So I indicated that predicted in the future, we might have more technology developments. We have smart building technologies, IoT integration, digital twins. So right now, if we go like the innovation, it's become an imperative for companies to invest into IT. And you have the smart building movement where you actually have a lot of IoT sensors, actuators, technology. You derive a lot of data and can prove improvements. And in terms of the health and wellness in buildings, right now there's a lot of solutions which we're working with where you can, real time, you can test what kind of temperature, humidity, CO2, VOC, and all kinds of stuff you have. The particular, you can measure that and you can actually put this into dashboards and communicate what is the situation in the smart buildings. Something which is more in the future, but we are right now also working on digital twins. And digital twins will be really revolutionize facility management. Digital twins, actually, this is a virtual representation of real-time, a digital, of a physical object or a process. So you can measure, you can model some, processes, some properties of the physical or process, in the digital twin, and then actually you can also run scenarios. And from the building industry, BIM, building information management, this is static. Global, digital. The goal of digital twins is to have a dynamic component. So basically, you can run scenarios, or right now which is being developed is that you can already think ahead and say, hey, if these things happen, then actually we will have a certain consequence on the performance of the building, and we can infer then what the effects will be on health and wellness. So if we look at COVID, right now we have, and I always like to compare it with 9/11. We have pre-9/11 and we have post-9/11. And everybody, right now doesn't have any problem anymore to taking off the shoes and to accept much different situation, for traveling, which was before 9/11. And we think actually this will be the same for COVID. There will be some stuff which we have, which we right now embrace, some measures which will be staying with us for a long time. So the short term will be, what do we have to do? Maybe have we done it, or have we done enough? And the long term actually is like, we come to a new normal. Everybody speaks of a new normal, but it's still in the developing stage. But these things will be with us for a long time. We did also a case studies. We actually helped a mid-sized Silicon Valley city of 80,000 inhabitants to reopen their facilities. They had 18 buildings we were auditing and making suggestion. And our work included online assessment, speaking to staff and also stakeholders. We produced a ranking and then make recommendation. And we used a framework which was very successful. And you see it has 4 quadrants. This way on the upper left, we have space and usage, where we actually, this is like, like Phil was talking, that it's the assets, the physical aspects of the building. It's design, HVAC, and how the related indoor air quality. And the second quadrant would be prevent and protect. And there you have like all kinds of stuff, which we have been preaching, what you have to do, social distancing, mask, washing hands, and so on. And what actually came very was apparent afterwards, a very important thing is engage and trust. So it's not necessarily difficult to implement all these, things like that you have to wash hands and sanitize and so on, but is how do you prepare and engage the stakeholders? How do you build trust? And this has been really a very important part of our framework. The last one is respond and recovery. These are just protocols and practices which you have to do. It's not only, hey, how do you prevent something from happening, exposure? What are you doing then afterwards, once actually it has happened? Okay, And you see these concentric rings in the middle. And this one actually was used to make a ranking. So that actually in this way you came up and we could say, hey, you know, your performance, overall performance, and also with specific subcategories of in the different quadrants are like so and so percent, and then roll it over to the general, you know, overall performance. So this has been really successful and was very well received. All right, now what we believe actually that the most important measure to mitigate, you know, COVID exposure risk inside indoor spaces is ventilation. You know, we think that I mean, it's a no-brainer if you think that the COVID is like a, you know, respiratory illness, so it should be related to air, right? And we think that future COVID variants will be, you know, more airborne, and they could be or will be. And we also have to be prepared for future pandemics, specifically respiratory diseases, because they're so scary. It's very, very difficult actually to contain them and to counter them. And the typical ventilation measures, you know, recommended, you know, for COVID risk reduction, we have spoken that already about increased air, outside air. So air changes is usually how much air do you bring in, and 1 air change per hour means that you exchange the whole volume of a space once per hour. And then 6 air change would be like you exchange it 6 times per hour. So right now they recommend 2 to 6, but if you look for ASHRAE, if you build a design, in most of the mechanical designers use about 0.5 or 1 at the moment, and it's only related to actually the design, because maintenance, you know, they usually they crank it down so they do not have so many air changes. Increase of filtration efficiency, already spoke about MERV filters. That's actually a rating of how effective like a media filter is. Running your HVAC systems for extended hours, because sometimes at the weekend it's just closed up, or at 5 in the evening, they close it up in order to save the energy. Or standalone air filter units. This actually is becoming very good. So, but it's not only enough just to have good high air changes and MERV filters. Very quickly here, it is also how efficient are you actually to bring, you know, the fresh air to the occupants. And a lot of time you have just a shortcut ventilation, and you don't have mixed ventilation where you actually you mix it well, so you know the indoor concentration is similar to what goes out, and you don't have the shortcut. So even if your high air changes, you see from left to right, if it actually goes on top of some kind of a stratification, then it doesn't help you a lot. So this ventilation effectiveness, you know, should be kept in mind, and you need good air distribution, so for dilution of the pollutants and extraction efficiency. Right now, just a very brief thing, you know, there are technologies in order to increase the ventilation. Here you see computational fluid dynamics, which our company has been doing a lot. This actually, you can model it before you build, and when you put in the HVAC system, what actually is your airflow inside. You see the red thing would be actually high velocities. The blue one is low velocities, and you can then infer that. The blue ones would be more stagnant areas. High mixing is red. You don't want to be in stagnant areas, because it doesn't matter how much air comes into the space. You will not actually have the ability to get the new air. So right now, there's also one of the innovation is DNA-based liquid aerosol tracer technology, and that is actually much better than the conventional tracer technologies. And what they can do is you release it at one point, and over time, you can identify how much reduction do you actually have. So that actually is a very nice way. And this technology is really good. We are planning to work with this. And it also tells you, since it is DNA, they have to, right now, I think they have about 30 different sequences of DNAs that you can really very nicely map the efficiency of the indoor air quality. Here you actually have one typical result of, what comes out on the right side. This is actually very interesting. There was a paper, by the Department of Energy, and it actually says, when you see on the right side that MERV 8 and MERV 13 didn't make it really a big difference. So in this case, actually, the increase from MERV 8 to 813 didn't make a big impact. What made the biggest impact is to implement room H HEPA filters. These are standalone air filters, which actually also recirculate the air inside. So just cleaning them. And on the other side, you see that dilution testing, that actually once you dilute it, it takes a certain time that actually it reduces in concentration. And this identifies, what is the exposure risks of when you are actually in a space. And I would like to bring one more slide here. And when we're speaking about sustainability versus IAQ, and there's always an energy penalty. See on the right side, when I used a lot of time working on energy efficiency measures. So typically you would actually like to increase the sustainability, and but that actually, if you do that, you will be using more energy. And you see, like, if your maximum IAQ actually you have low sustainability when you have very high air changes, and you want to be in the upper right segment there. And it is possible. We did a lot of research at the University of Hawaii for innovative indoor air quality. We came up with a system which would save about 60% of the indoor air quality of the energy, but still had good indoor air quality. So that actually I was rushing through that, and Gail, I give it back to you, and maybe there's some questions, and Phyllis will also be available for questions. Thank you very much.
Hello, Manfred and Phil, for doing such a great job of addressing all of the issues that we set out to do in the beginning. There is a question, Phil, that I shot to you from Mark Toda regarding American Savings Bank.
Yeah, I think I saw the question, and if I'm not mistaken, Mark was asking what measures were taken to determine that the increased air filtration was required. Is that the question you're referring to? Yeah. So there were no specific measures on the existing system. We were familiar with the system since we were the architect of record, or the local architect of record for the project, and led it through the construction administration and permitting process. So the basic premise when and this is early on in the pandemic, and actually Manfred and Phyllis and I and others were doing presentations throughout the commercial office community here in Honolulu to try and help people tackle the pandemic. And just, Manfred probably could speak to this better than most as a fluid dynamic engineer. As an airborne particulate, the basic logic that, and it still stands true today, and this holds true for any contaminant. If you're in a dark, say a broom closet having a meeting, that's the worst case scenario. And the best case scenario is if you're having a meeting outside with constant natural air flush, right? So if we look at that paradigm, that was the logic we took to it. So we knew on American Savings Bank, on that campus facility, they had a fantastically robust system that had extra bandwidth to ramp up increased air ventilation. So the basic strategy was, if we had it and we could increase the filtration, it's a benefit. It wasn't so much that they had a faulty system to begin with. So we just knew that we had additional capacity and bandwidth in that system. And again, going back to that 330-300 rule, if we can turn that dial and increase ventilation, increase filtration, we know there's benefits there, physiological benefits. So that's what led us to. There wasn't a study that said, hey, there was something not performing correctly at the time. Does that answer the question?
Let me just add, actually, this is some kind of a drawback. And again, therefore, right now, more and more people coming, more and more attention is to performance-based, just what is actually going on. And again, like, there's a lot of sensor stuff around. You could measure the CO2. You can actually identify, like what we said, like in the tracer thing, how is actually the air distribution. So just having like air changes and MERV filters actually are important, but we have to be cautious. Are they really effective?
And Manfred, that kind of ties into a question that came in with regard to flow dynamics and tracing. These are determined without people, I assume. How does the presence and movement of people affect the results?
Well, as a matter of fact, that's a good question, because the best is actually if it's a full capacity. Full capacity means actually the HVAC system would run. These are things like plant-based, bases, and you have a certain DNA on there, which is approved by FDA. It's not dangerous. So it's different from tracers where we mean isotopes or whatever, or pump it full with CO2. This is actually very exciting new things that you can using, in normal operation. Thank you. That's a good question.
Did Phyllis have something she wanted to interject or add, Manfred, at this point?
Oh, I can. Thanks, Gail. I just want to say that regarding the Great Resignation that Manfred spoke to, and all the improvements that were brought up by both speakers, and Phil talking about how people really love the building at ASB and that open stairway and everything, that the perception that people have about whether they want to come back or whether they want to change jobs is so heightened right now that the things that both of them spoke about are even more important. And from our standpoint, the biggest miss is if you assume that it's just one or the other and you don't have a way to combine it both. So some of the work we've done with hierarchy has been that combination work where we basically can see not only how do you feel about the physical space, but how do you feel about the culture, and how's the culture needing to shift, or how does the job need to be redesigned in order to ensure that when you do come back, you feel like it matches who you are now after the pandemic. So interesting times.
Definitely. The challenges these days are much different than what we had ever thought about, considered. And so we're having to be flexible and to transform as we move forward. Are there any other questions? It's 1 minute short of, I think, our time. Did anyone else have anything that didn't get addressed or would like to make a comment? Okay. Hearing none, I guess we'll end at 10:29 Hawaii time. Not sure, Brittany, if I should hand it back to you, but I wanted to thank both Phil, Manfred, and Phyllis for their contributions to this event. I think what they spoke about is very timely and very valuable, no matter what the situation as we move forward. So thank you very much. And thanks to PPRC for this opportunity as well.
Yes,
thank you very much.
Thank you, Gail, and thank you to all of our speakers in this session. So next up, we have our networking session. So this will be led by Hugh O'Neill with Washington Department of Ecology. So Hugh, I will pass the mic over to you.
Thanks, Brittany. How's my sound coming through? Great. Okay. Well, hey, thanks, folks. Great session so far. Let's transition a bit to our networking. So I'm going to try to share my screen and just go through a very small amount of slides, and we can get to it. So yeah, this is going to be just a chance to share with our colleagues and get to know one another. The objectives here are really just to connect and build those connections, kind of similar to, what we might experience in a in real life hallway conversation between conference participants. So that's one objective. Another is to just kind of clarify why we're here, what our expectations are for the event, and really just to have fun connecting with our colleagues. So here's kind of the setup and flow of how this will work, hopefully. I'll do a quick intro. We'll break up into groups of 3. We'll have about 6 or 7 minutes in those groups of 3 to share. I'll give you instructions about those questions or prompts. We'll come back and we'll kind of break into, we'll do that 3 or 4 times, depending on how it goes and how our transitions go. We'll come back and break into a 6-person groups for about 8 to 10 minutes and identify themes. We'll have a whole group debrief and a kind of a wrap up with a chat storm exercise, which I'll talk about. So when we break up into our 3-person groups, we'll have about 2 minutes each, and really try to keep track of your time because we want all 3 people to speak. And then be patient with us and our tech support folks, because they're gonna help us do this, and they've been doing a good job. So in our 3-person groups, you can answer one of the following questions. You know, you can go off script, but here's some prompts to get things going. Name one interesting or surprising challenge or feature of your program. You know, something that might surprise people or just be interesting to people. What do you hope to give to or get from this community or conference? And who's one person, you know, maybe those 2 questions are the ones to start off with. And then after everyone's spoken, who's one person at this conference you'd recommend your small group mates talk to? So, you know, the idea again is to build connections. We might not see everybody that we want to see in those 3-person groups or in the bigger group. So, you know, if there's someone that I should talk to, I'd love to know, you know. So let me know who that is and let your small group mates know who that is. So are there any sort of big questions before we do small group breakout groups? And we'll come back a couple times. So I'm gonna stop sharing. I'm not seeing anything in the chat or hearing anything. So I think we're ready. We're right on time and we're ready. Is that Michaela who's doing Zoom support? Thanks,
Yes,
Michaela.
I will go ahead and send y'all off to the first breakout room now.
Okay, great. Way to go. Hey, great, thank you. And let me just make sure that I put into chat kind of the prompts or questions. So you can be reminded of that. And Michaela, whenever you're ready. Urgent problems with that?
I think that worked well.
Oh, good. All right. Well, hopefully you can scramble us up and Zoom will put us in random groups again, and we'll try that more times.
All right.
Okay, welcome back. I hope that was productive conversations. Let's go one more time, and I think we'll be right on track there, Michaela.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back. I hope that you had a good conversation with your colleagues. I'm wondering, I'm just kind of thinking about the time. I know we talked about 3 or 4, but I think what do you think? Let's do it again. One more time.
Yeah.
This is good. Michaela, number 8. Number 8 must be like your favorite number or something.
All right, I'll put you guys in one.
Sorry, we're probably throwing her for a loop there. This is the problem when you deal with Mr. Improvisation as the facilitator.
No worries.
We're just going to make these debriefs short and sweet.
nice.
Thanks, everyone. Well, all right, now I've put the pressure on for the next little session, but that's good. We're going to have to be efficient. So now the idea would be getting into 6-person groups. So Michaela's probably trying to change that setting. And then just talk about, you know, kind of the themes that emerged, what kind of responses you had to the sessions throughout the day. And then have one person take notes, you know, so it's themes, reactions or responses, actions you can take. So those 3 things, okay? Common themes, responses, reactions that emerged, and actions you can take or actions we as a community should take. All right, so we're gonna jump into 6-person groups, probably for, let's say, 8 minutes, Michaela.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Thank you. That was great. I appreciated that. Well, here we are in our debrief time. We've got just 10 or so minutes left, and I'm wondering what you noticed, what themes emerged from today and from the conversations, and what actions do you as an individual want to take, or should we take?
So I'll go ahead and go, Hugh. Yeah, so I'm here because I think it was one of those things where they asked for a volunteer and everybody else stepped back. But you know what? One of the things I noticed that I was an abject failure in keeping with your theme, because what seemed to happen to most of these is they turned into you know, little hallway talk sessions that we don't get when we're virtual and not real. And so there was I mean, they were interesting, and you know, we found some people to contact for different things, and we you know, like the speakers that came in, we were very appreciative of some of the ways they expanded our knowledge. But in terms of the three things that you asked us to do, we get an F.
That's your report?
That's my report. We enjoyed every minute of it.
Yeah, we did.
Well, you know, I did say one of the objectives was to have you definitely don't get an F.
Okay, well, an A+ for us.
Good. Okay. Well, I'm reminding people in the chat about, you know, a theme that emerged, reaction or response to what you heard today, an action you or we can take, and then eventually we might even get a mood or a vibe. So a couple other sort of oral report outs, and then we'll go to the chat storm, and we'll just try to dump these into chat and see what we get.
Man, I love that word, chat storm. Well, I took notes for the group that last roundup group, so I'll go ahead and attempt to report out. You're certainly welcome. So I think the major themes we talked about were the situation of trying to get voluntary change in businesses to improve their environmental impacts, and to try to get voluntary change. And you know, I would say that in the last group I was in, it was pretty evenly divided, where there was for some there was the idea that that information wasn't out there for companies, and that through education and through incentives, carrot rather than stick, they can get better results through education and through incentives. And then for others in the group, there is an expression of having kind of gotten maybe to the end of that strategy, and that the regulations that were on the books in the state they were working at weren't really backing up those incentives to make those changes, that there weren't additional costs being created because of the state of the regulations. So I think it's the same theme, but I say maybe pretty evenly split as to how it was thought of and what to do about it.
Thank you. Chuck. Anybody else? Maybe one more, and then we'll see if we can do our chat storm. So be ready to, if you're a reporter reporting out for your group, or even if you're in a group and kept notes, get ready for the chat storm on the themes, responses, actions. Do we have someone else willing to report out?
I'll go. I'm Mikey Straw with PPRC. I had the pleasure of having Hugh in our last meeting. One of the takeaways, or two of the takeaways that I got from our breakout group was level of education and communication with our nation and our residents in terms of the products that they're using. And one of the things that we were touching on was disinfectants and like cleaning products, and how people understand the products that they're using, and then also like correct disposal of those products. I thought that was really important, and something that I'm personally working on, as well as some of the other projects that we have, and I'm sure it's a general theme with a lot of people, and just holding a higher level of communication and education. So.
Nope, you're muted, Hugh.
I'm muted, Hugh.
Thank you. Thank you, Mikey. And yeah, let's do the chat storm. So, you know, unfortunately, we don't have time to really do report outs from all the groups, but let's put in the chat any themes, responses, and actions we can take. I'm going to start, and I appreciate it.
Oh, you muted yourself.
Amazing. I'm so talented. In the chat, some of the themes, and we were all kind of jealous of Lisa Cox there outside taking a walk. So that was one action that I'm going to take after this, probably after this session is over, is go outside and take a walk. But you know, the link between environment and employee and public health came out strong to me today. But yeah, go ahead and put in the chat what themes came out for you, what responses you had today, and what actions you might take. And I guess the other action that I'm thinking of is just kind of connecting with our air quality people, you know, yeah, both on indoor air as well as the air outside, because obviously that's another of our precious resources we want to protect. So as that chat storm is getting going and everyone's welcome to contribute to chat, we're hoping that we can kind of copy that chat storm and take a look at it. Maybe sometime later in the conference, we can get back to you on the themes, you know, that we heard, so everyone doesn't have to scramble and do that today. But with just the couple minutes we have left today, I just want to say thank you. Thanks especially, I think, to Brittany, who kind of jumped in maybe with late notice and helped guide us today. Really appreciate that. Thanks to Michaela of ERG for helping us with the tech on those small group breakouts. Thanks to all our speakers. But Brittany, I think I'm going to hand it back to you for closing comments and maybe setting us up for tomorrow and the rest of the conference.
Sure. Thanks, Hugh. That was a lot of fun. I loved getting to talk with everyone and jumping into different groups. So thanks for figuring out how we could kind of have this like interactive networking session without being in person. And thank you also to everyone here for participating, for sticking through, hanging out with us, and joining this networking session. And tomorrow we are going to be covering emerging pollutants. So you can find us here at the same time, same place. So that's 10 a.m. Pacific time, and using the same exact Zoom link that you used today. So we look forward to seeing you all then. Thanks again.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Thanks, everybody. Great job today. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Lisa.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. Thanks,
Bye.
everyone.